Taming Ricardo, the Italian Billionaire, by Mia Whitfield.
A multi-voice billionaire romance brought to you by romancely.com.
Chapter 1. The buzz of conversation and phones ringing in the office didn't register. As usual, Kyra was much too engrossed in her mountain of paperwork. Every now and then, she shifted her attention to her calendar but no further.
Okay, I need to visit the Wilsons tomorrow and the Griggs Friday afternoon.
And go out for drinks with yours truly on Friday night.
Startled, Kyra's head popped up and she clutched her chest. She hadn't realized that anyone was standing over her desk. She glanced up at Allegra, her coworker and probably the closest thing to a best friend she had. Kyra was quiet, an introvert, and Allegra was the only one who made any attempt to draw her out of her shell. If not for Allegra, her social life would be non-existent. She communicated just fine with her clients and colleagues about work matters, but interacting on a personal social level was a different story. It was a real struggle. Hence, her one friend, Allegra, and her currently single status, which she preferred not to dwell on too much. Allegra held up a finger in warning.
Don't you dare say no again, Kyra. You promised you would go out with me this weekend. You promised me a girls' night out.
As I recall, I never used the words "I promise." I believe I said I would consider.
Come on, we should be painting the city red every Friday night.
Kyra chuckled.
Considering that I was never any good at art, it isn't a good idea for me to be painting any town in any color.
Allegra let out a snort.
Very funny. You know what I mean. We're young, gorgeous, and single. It's a necessity for us to go out and have fun.
It's a necessity for you. I'm just fine at home reading a book. That's what I call fun. And since when are we both single? Last I checked you had a boo thing, as you called him. What happened to, what's his name?
Kyra racked her brain for the name of Allegra's latest conquest. Allegra's list of beaux was hard to keep track of. Disdain flickered across Allegra's face and she waved a hand.
You have the right idea not remembering that jerk's name. You know what? I'll follow your lead and go ahead and forget him right now, as well.
Kyra couldn't help the laugh that escaped.
I won't even ask.
A few heads turned at the sound of Kyra's outburst. No doubt they were surprised to hear the sound coming from her and not Allegra. Kyra was soft-spoken and there was hardly a peep from her. With a smirk, Allegra glanced around the office and leaned forward with a conspiratorial twinkle in her green eyes.
Never mind my love life. Let's talk about yours, or the lack thereof.
Kyra scowled but remained silent. What could she say? She really had no romantic life to speak of.
You know who has the hots for you?
Oh Lord, here we go.
For goodness sake, Allegra, what adult has the hots for anyone? This isn't high school.
Rolling her eyes, Allegra huffed.
Just guess.
Could it be Marcus Swaby from Human Resources?
Kyra's tone rang with sarcasm.
I know, because you mentioned it yesterday and the day before that.
And the day before that. Allegra tapped her chin.
Did I? Oh, I forgot. Well, I'm telling you again. Marcus likes you. Should I invite him out for drinks with us Friday?
Kyra pushed aside the stack of paper on her desk.
Absolutely not. I don't fraternize with coworkers and I didn't agree to going out.
Rolling her eyes, Allegra sighed.
Fine. If you want to remain single for the rest of your life, go right ahead. That shell you keep yourself in is damn impenetrable. I give up on you, Kyra Fisher.
You say that now. Tomorrow you'll be right back trying to break me out of my shell. By the way, I think you've managed to crack it a bit.
Allegra's lips stretched into a smile.
Aw, really? Well, I'm suddenly feeling encouraged. My efforts haven't gone to naught.
Kyra smiled.
You've definitely gotten somewhere.
With a smile, Allegra glanced at her watch.
I'm going to get going. I refuse to do even a minute of overtime today. I have to get home and start preparing for my date tonight.
Kyra's brows shot up. There wasn't a night where Allegra didn't have a date arranged. She could understand why. She eyed Allegra with all her long honey brown hair, pretty green eyes, perfect bone structure and model-like physique. She smiled.
Of course you have a hot date tonight. See you tomorrow. And don't do anything that I wouldn't do.
Ouch. Kyra knew Allegra meant no harm, but her words struck home. Did Allegra think she was pathetic? Did everyone else? Even Kyra thought the way she lived her life was a tad pitiful at times. But she couldn't help remain inside of her shell, where it was safe. She liked safe. Growing up the way she did, it had always worked out better for her if she kept her mouth shut and avoided attention. To her, staying mostly to herself greatly reduced the chances of getting hurt. Kyra watched Allegra saunter to her desk and pick up her handbag. It was almost 5, time to leave the office, but she was one of the few that always stayed behind. She had a passion for her job. If there was an overload of work, she was the one to stay at the office until the sun went down. It wasn't like she had anything better to do. Every evening when she got home, all she did was eat takeout and catch up on reading. She often tried to convince herself that she was fine with that. Who needed fun and a ton friends? And who needed a man?
Yeah, who needs any of that?
She asked aloud. Kyra pursed her lip and slouched in her chair, utterly embarrassed when a few pairs of eyes swung her way again. Great. Like her co-workers didn't already think she was peculiar. Keeping her eyes lowered, she threw herself back into work. Nearly 2 hours later, she let out a tired sigh and stretched. The office was empty, except for the night janitor moving around with his cart. She had been so consumed with work she didn't realize that everyone had disappeared. Gingerly, rising from her chair, she looked down at the files in front of her. Every day, no matter how long she worked, she always felt like she hadn't done enough. In a way, she was trying to compensate for her unfortunate past by going above and beyond to help others who were in need. Right now, however, she had to force herself to stop working. A headache was imminent and she was exhausted. She put away her documents and grabbed her handbag.
Good night, Mr. Henry.
She nodded to the janitor as she passed. Another late night, I see, he said with a smile.
As always.
She smiled broadly and headed through the door. As she strolled toward her car, a pang of loneliness shot through her. To think that Mr. Henry was the last person she would see and talk to for the remainder of the night was a tad depressing. There were times, like now, when she wished she had someone to go home to. But she was young. She had plenty of time to find someone. He won't just fall from the sky. You have to actually put yourself out there. Kyra scowled at the thought echoing in her mind. 1, she had no idea how to put herself out there. 2, she hadn't the slightest idea how to flirt with or engage any man. For an instant, she thought about Allegra's offer to go out for drinks and invite Marcus Swaby. Maybe with Allegra present, she wouldn't completely crash and burn. The scenario played in her mind. Her sitting at a bar, staring at Marcus like a lost idiot while Allegra was on the dance floor gyrating with a man she just met. Kyra shook her head. She definitely just had an accurate prediction of what would happen. Allegra would ditch her for sure and she would be left to sink or swim with Marcus. And she knew herself. She would sink and drown within minutes.
Okay, so Friday night is definitely not happening,
she whispered, sliding into her car. As she usually did, she pushed the thought of venturing out to find someone to start a relationship with from her mind and told herself that maybe her life was fine just the way it was. Ricardo glanced up at the air hostess and then back at the empty glass still in his hand. He almost said yes to another drink but changed his mind.
No thank you.
He placed the glass down. Alcohol had been his constant companion for the past 2 years, and he figured it was time to cut down since he was on his way to making a fresh start. He had been living his life, merely going through the motions as an empty shell for the past couple of years, with alcohol as his fuel. It temporarily alleviated his sadness and allowed him to sleep at nights. However, when he woke up, he continued the cycle. Work, drink, sleep. He was like a robot. It took his twin brothers to pull him from his haze of depression and self-pity. Now he was on his way to New York to possibly begin a new venture. He didn't know how long he would stay away from Italy. Hopefully, he would be kept busy long enough to put his demons behind him. Even if he wasn't taking the trip for the major purpose of business, getting as far away from home was probably the best idea. Caught up in his thoughts, he didn't realize that he still had company. The air hostess still hovered over him, wearing a suggestive smile.
Would you like anything else? And I mean anything, Mr. Bianchi.
Her voice had dipped to a seductive purr. Ricardo kept a nonchalant demeanor, his gray eyes cold and piercing, as he studied the woman. She was quite lovely, silky blonde tresses caught in an elegant bun and a figure that most women would kill for, accentuated by her tight uniform. Her blue eyes shone with lust, promising a good time. It was too bad he wasn't interested. It had been 2 years since his wife passed. It wouldn't be wrong of him to indulge a little. He still had needs, after all. But he still mourned her death at the moment. He wasn't in the mindset for that kind of fun. Memories of the past haunted him and uncertainty about the future plagued him.
No, I'm fine.
He replied gruffly. To his annoyance, she didn't move.
Are you sure? We have about 2 more hours before we land. You look mighty lonely out here. I could help you pass the time.
Ricardo's jaws clenched. Where in the world had professionalism gone? The woman's boldness amazed him. His eyes roved over the woman and she stood straighter, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She thought she had him hooked.
I enjoy my own company, thank you. If I need another drink, I'll call.
The woman blinked, disbelief flickering across her face. She nodded and stiffly walked off. The scowl on her face didn't go unnoticed. Ricardo cocked a brow. It wasn't the first time he had disappointed a woman. Women constantly threw themselves at him, especially when they discovered how much he was worth. He wondered when and if he could ever get back into the movement of dating and romance. Focusing on work was all he had been doing for 2 years. Work and alcohol served to keep his mind away from the ghosts of the past. He glanced in the direction where the attendant had disappeared behind a curtain.
No, not tonight.
He murmured. Ricardo sat back and closed his eyes, deciding to relax until he reached his destination. Hours later, he stepped off the jet and took a deep breath. The cool November breeze felt good against his skin. His eyes swept the tarmac and he frowned. Of course, his brothers were late. He should have arranged his own pickup. Just as he pulled his cell from his pocket, he spotted something in his peripheral. Ricardo looked up.
For the love of God.
He groaned. A black limo crept on the tarmac toward him and came to a stop. The back doors opened and his brothers emerged, one from each side. Their sandy blonde curls went wild in the wind. He sometimes had a hard time telling the twins apart and he wasn't ashamed to admit that. It was when they both smiled, he knew who was who. Alfio wore a mischievous grin. He was the charmer and always looked like he was up to no good. S' smile was serene, giving off a friendly, welcoming vibe, though Ricardo knew better. Mario could be just as mischievous as Alfio. The two together were big trouble, but they were his brothers and he loved them.
Ricardo. Fratello.
Alfio embraced him tightly.
It's good to see you again, brother. It's been almost 2 years.
It's good to see you too, Alfio.
Mario playfully shoved Alfio out of the way.
Hello, brother.
Mario.
They embraced and Ricardo suddenly felt a bit better about leaving home. Perhaps being close to the only family he had left was for the best.
I'm glad you guys showed up. I was worried for a second there.
Of course we showed. We're not that irresponsible, Ricardo.
Mario stated with a scowl. Ricardo snorted.
I beg to differ.
He muttered. His brothers were the most reckless young men he knew. Their recklessness and devil-may-care attitudes were his reasons for keeping them away from the business their father started, the business that Ricardo had worked to turn into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise after their father's death.
Was a limo really necessary, guys?
He eyed the limo and shook his head. Alfio let out a laugh.
Of course it was. You showed up in a private jet. Picking you up in a limo is only fitting.
I like discretion. A simple car would have been fine.
Alfio slapped a hand on Ricardo's shoulder.
Don't be a joy kill, Rico. Just go with it.
You two can afford a limo?
Ricardo usually took care of his brothers financially. He had ensured their education and had supported them long after they left school. When he saw that they made no move to find employment and how they squandered money on women, cars, and fast living, he had cut down, wanting them to become more responsible. So, he was thrilled when he received a call from them, mentioning an idea for a business venture. Alfio grinned.
No, which is why you're going to pay us back for renting it.
Mario smirked and nodded in agreement.
Yeah, you're the billionaire. We just wanted to ensure your comfort.
Looking skyward, Ricardo said.
Of course. Let's just get going.
Both Mario and Alfio snickered as they followed him to the vehicle.
You know, I thought you two would start acting like adults by now. You're 30 years old. For Christ's sake.
They all slid into the car and Alfio immediately reached for a bottle of champagne. He held it up to Ricardo, who shook his head.
No thanks.
Deciding to stay in the sober lane nowadays?
He asked.
Just trying to cut down.
Ricardo murmured. Mario grabbed a glass.
I'll have some. You know, Rico, we're starting to act like responsible adults. We've decided to follow in your footsteps and dominate the business world. Thanks for showing interest in our idea and coming all the way to New York to hear us out. I have a good feeling about this.
He glanced at Alfio.
We both do. With your participation and guidance, this project is going to be a success.
Ricardo gaped at Mario. His eyes then shifted to Alfio.
Okay. Who are you two and what have you done with my brothers?
Alfio rolled his eyes.
Don't joke around, bro. It kind of freaks me out when you try to be funny.
Mario snorted.
He has a point.
Well, pardon me for being shocked that you two are thinking about business, thinking about actually working. That hasn't exactly been the trend with you two.
With a shrug, Alfio took a sip from his glass.
We're well aware. But we're ready for this, Ricardo. You inspired us and we want to get right down to business.
Ricardo's brows elevated.
So we're just going to get right into business talk? You two are not going to take me to some ridiculous party to get wasted and bang models.
When the twins gave him surprised looks, he shrugged.
Your words, not mine.
Mario chuckled.
Nope, no parties or women. At least, not until we get started.
Am I being pranked or whatever the Americans say?
Ricardo asked, eyeing his brother suspiciously.
I believe you mean punked.
Alfio replied.
And no, this is serious. We are very serious.
Right. Ricardo mumbled.
Well, then, Let me hear it.
Alfio's eyes lit up.
Okay, so remember when Sylvia died and you? Oomph.
Mario drove his elbow into his brother's side and sent him a warning look. Ricardo froze for a brief second. Hearing his wife's name brought on a wave of grief, but he quickly pushed it aside.
I'm sorry, Ricardo.
It's all right. There's nothing wrong with calling her name.
Alfio nodded but still wore a repentant grimace.
Really, it's fine. Continue. After Sylvia died.
Alfio shifted uncomfortably.
After she died, you demolished the house and sold the one you rebuilt for a boatload of money.
Yeah.
Mario piped in.
You then went on to buy that rundown apartment complex and turned it into luxury condos. It was brilliant.
Ricardo shrugged.
Yes, but those were just projects to take my mind off of what happened. They were trial projects, like a hobby. My expertise is in the shipping industry, not property development.
Well, your hobby made you millions.
Alfio said.
How about the three of us turn your hobby into something greater, just like you turned Dad's little venture into an empire?
Ricardo studied his brothers carefully. They made very good points. His 2 projects in the past had surpassed his expectations. Mario and Alfio were looking at him expectantly, hope shining in their eyes. He couldn't let them down, not when it seemed like they were finally growing up.
What exactly would be my role?
You have the money to invest, the experience and the pull in the business world. With your money and your name, we can make it happen. We already have a property in mind that would be a perfect start. We just need to sell the idea to the right people, and that's also where you come in. You don't have to give us an answer tonight. Get some rest, think about it, we'll wait.
Ricardo sat back in his seat and let out a breath.
All right, boys. I'll think about it. Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.
Chapter 2. Kyra moved down the sidewalk with purposeful strides, her heels clicking on the pavement. She was aware of the looks she received but paid them no mind. Sleek business attire and killer stilettos wasn't the usual way of dressing in that particular neighborhood. Her gaze roamed the block and sadness assailed her. Seeing people live in such conditions broke her heart. Youths who should be in school were strewn along the block, probably looking for quick cash. Kyra let out a sigh and kept moving. If only she could make things better for everyone, but deep down she knew that wasn't possible. It comforted her somewhat that she was on her way to help at least one family. The Griggs. Mother and daughter were awaiting her visit, hoping for good news. Thankfully, she had good news to give. Chelsea Griggs, a 15-year-old girl battling leukemia, and her faithful, long-suffering mother were about to get help with Chelsea's mounting medical bills. The family she held close to her heart, and their case she took personal. If her own family had someone to help them, Kyra's life would have been much better growing up. But now wasn't the time to dwell on her depressing childhood, however. All of her focus should be on Chelsea and her mother. With new pep in her step, Kyra sped up. She gave one last concerned look over her shoulder before heading into an apartment building. She prayed she would come back and find her car. Although, she didn't know who would want to steal the piece of junk. Entering the lobby, Kyra looked around forlornly at the dilapidated condition of the room. The entire building was in bad condition. To think that people had no choice but to live in such poorness was depressing, and it brought memories of her own childhood to the surface. She passed the broken-down elevator and made her way up the narrow stairway, trying to ignore the musty smell of the old building. She wished she could get Chelsea out of the building. It was no place for a sick child. It was no place for anyone really. Finally, she reached the 8th floor.
I have to see what I can do about that elevator.
She murmured to herself. It must be difficult for Chelsea to make the journey to the 8th floor via the stairs. Kyra knocked and patiently waited. While she waited, she mustered up a bright smile to accompany the good news she was about to deliver. She couldn't wait to see the looks on both Chelsea and Deborah's faces. Soft footsteps sounded behind the door. She knew it was Chelsea. When the door opened, Kyra said,
Chelsea. Hi.
Her smile slipped and then disappeared when she saw that it was Deborah and she had tears in her eyes. Worry was apparent on her face. Kyra's heart lurched. Did something happen to Chelsea? She had just spoken with her the day before when she left the hospital.
Deborah. Where's Chelsea? She always opens the door when she knows I'm coming. Is she all right?
Deborah shook her head, realizing Kyra's concern.
Kyra, hi. Chelsea is fine.
Kyra let out a relieved sigh.
Good.
She studied Deborah closely.
What's wrong, Deborah?
The woman let out a breath and stood aside.
Please, come in. See Chelsea first, she's dying to see you. Your visit is all she's been talking about since this morning. We can talk after.
Kyra reluctantly agreed.
All right.
She followed Deborah through the living room to Chelsea's bedroom door.
I'll give you 2 a minute.
Deborah said and made off back to the living room. Kyra knocked.
Kyra, is that you? Come in.
Kyra stuck her head around the door.
Hi, Chels.
The teenager's face lit up as she sat up in bed.
Kyra.
Kyra rushed to her bedside to embrace her.
How are you, honey?
She tried to keep the concern absent from her tone. Seeing Chelsea in bed, apparently weak and pale, tugged at her heart. Though Chelsea was ill, she was usually energetic and upbeat. Chelsea leaned back against her pillows.
I've been better, but at least I'm home.
Kyra perched on the bed.
I'm glad you're home. I'm sorry I couldn't come to the hospital yesterday. I really wanted to see you walk out of there.
It's cool, I'm glad you're here. I missed you, Kyra.
I missed you too, Chels.
It killed Kyra that she couldn't be there for Chelsea more than she already was. Chelsea had made it known that she felt comfortable talking to Kyra about things she wouldn't talk about with her mother. The two had become good friends.
Guess what?
Chelsea smiled.
I can go back to school on Monday. Well, the doctor said if I feel up to it. I'm not feeling too great now, but I know I'll be 100% by Monday.
Kyra laughed.
I'm sure you will. I bet your friends miss you. And I bet you miss a certain guy named.
Oh, my God. Kyra, don't even say his name.
Chelsea blushed, making Kyra laugh.
Okay, changing the subject. I have good news for you and your mom.
That's great.
Sadness played across Chelsea's face.
We need all the good news we can get after yesterday.
Kyra sat straight.
Okay, what is going on? Your mother seemed upset when she let me in. I'm going to go and speak with her right now.
Chelsea grabbed her hand to stop her from getting up.
She thinks I don't know. She tries to hide things from me, but I know how much she's struggling with bills and stuff. With my medical bills on top of it, I know it's really bad.
I really should get your mom, Chelsea.
Kyra didn't feel comfortable discussing such things with a child. She didn't think Chelsea should be worrying about those things.
It's okay, Kyra. I'm old enough to know and understand what's going on. When we got home yesterday, there was a letter in the mail. We can't live here anymore. Mom is really stressed because we have nowhere else to go. We can't afford to move.
Kyra's brows furrowed.
Wait, what do you mean you can't live here?
Well, I saw Mom reading the letter and I saw how miserable she was after. She wouldn't tell me what was wrong. She told me not to worry about it. When she went to bed, I sort of searched for the letter and read it.
Her light brown skin turned a shade of pink and she averted her gaze.
I know I shouldn't be snooping, but I couldn't help it.
Before Kyra could stop her, Chelsea continued.
We're basically being kicked out of the building because it's going to be renovated or something.
Confused, Kyra shook her head. Chelsea's revelation took her by surprise. She hadn't heard anything about the building being renovated. Then again, she'd been super busy for the past few weeks.
I don't want you to worry, Chels. I'll talk to your mom about this. You just focus on resting and recovering. Okay?
Chelsea gave her a sad smile and nodded.
I'm glad we have you, Kyra. You're awesome.
Well, I happen to think that you guys are awesome too. I'm going to go and get your mom so we can all talk, okay?
I can come to the living room.
Chelsea scooted off the bed.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Admiration for Chelsea shot through Kyra.
Let's go.
They found Deborah in the living room. She was in a heated conversation on her phone and didn't hear them come in. When she spotted them, she said,
I have to go.
Her face lit up when she saw Chelsea standing beside Kyra.
It looks like you're much stronger, sweetheart. I am, Mom. Kyra said she has good news for us.
Deborah smiled and gestured to the couch.
Have a seat, Kyra. I can't wait to hear the good news. Lord knows I need it.
Kyra perched on the edge of the couch and cleared her throat.
I was able to get you guys some help with the medical bills.
After making many calls, writing letters, and a hell of a lot of begging, she had managed to get the state to take on a majority of Chelsea's medical bills, but she would keep the process to herself.
So, things should be much easier.
Deborah let out a long breath.
Oh, my goodness. Are you serious, Kyra? I don't know what to say. I can't believe you made that happen. I tried to get help for so long,
Her voice broke and she swallowed.
Thank you so much.
Chelsea threw herself into Kyra's arms.
You actually did it. You're like my biggest hero right now. Thank you.
Swallowing the lump in her throat, Kyra hugged her back. I will not cry, I will not cry, she chanted inwardly.
It was no problem, guys. I'm glad I could help.
She wanted to do even more, but reducing the strain of the medical bills was a great start. When Chelsea finally let go of her, she took a breath.
I hope you don't think me too forward, Deborah, but what is it I heard about you guys having to move?
Deborah shot Chelsea a reproving glance.
Young lady, did you go through my mail?
Chelsea shrugged.
I'm sorry, Mom. I just hate it when you hide things from me. I'm 15. I know you have it hard taking care of me. I just want you to share things with me and maybe you won't be so stressed. Chelsea, how many times do I have to tell you not to worry about those things? But Mom.
Kyra held up a hand. She shifted uneasily. Things were approaching the uncomfortable zone for her socially. And she had no idea if Deborah wanted her to know her personal business.
Look, Deborah, I'm sorry for intruding. I just wanted to make sure everything was all right.
Deborah sighed.
No, there's no need to apologize. Actually, everything isn't okay.
She glanced at Chelsea. Honey, I need you to go to your room so I can speak with Kyra. Chelsea nodded.
Sure, Mom. See? This is all I want, for you to talk to someone. You don't have to deal with everything on your own.
She hugged Kyra once more.
Don't leave without saying goodbye, Kyra.
I won't, sweetie.
When Chelsea disappeared, Deborah sighed and sat down.
It used to be much easier hiding things from her.
Kyra smiled.
I can't imagine. But she's 15 now and very smart. She'll always discover things.
I know. It's just that fighting leukemia has robbed her of so much of her childhood. I don't want her worrying about adult matters.
She's a pretty tough kid, Deborah. And just like you worry about her, she worries about you too.
Deborah smiled.
I suppose you're right. I'm glad she has you, Kyra. She absolutely adores you.
Just as I adore her.
I'm glad you came into both our lives. You've always gone above and beyond your social worker's duties. I really do appreciate you, Kyra.
I just want you two to be okay, Deborah. I'm sorry if I overstepped my bounds, but when Chelsea mentioned that you have to move, I became concerned.
You didn't overstep, Kyra. I just didn't want to worry you with my problems. You're already doing so much.
And I want to do more. What's going on, Deborah?
Deborah covered her face with her hands.
Oh, God. Every time things begin to look up, something happens. You get us help with the medical bills just to find out that we're getting kicked out of our apartment. I mean, I know this place isn't exactly the lap of luxury, but it's home. It's all we have.
What do you mean? Are you being evicted? Why didn't you tell me you were behind on rent?
There were a few times when she had given Deborah money to make up her rent. It was between the two of them.
It's not the rent. I got a letter saying that the building will be undergoing renovations. The top floors are in worse condition, so everyone on the 5th to 8th floor have to move. The thing is, we won't be coming back because when the building has been refurbished, only the wealthy will be able to afford the rent. I can't pay to live in a luxury condo. Even the residents on the lower floors will have to move eventually because there is no way anyone living here will be able to afford the staggering rent. We're all struggling to put food on the table, for goodness sake. I don't know what to do, Kyra. I called Chelsea's father for help and he refuses to send me any money, so maybe we can find another place. He won't even put Chelsea up for a little bit in the even that I have to live on the streets for a while.
You are not going to live on the streets, Deborah. Don't even talk like that.
As long as Kyra drew breath, she would never allow such a thing to happen.
How long do you have until you have to move?
3 weeks.
What? That's insane. You can't pack up and relocate in 3 weeks.
Kyra took several deep breaths to compose herself.
Okay, who did you get the letter from?
I have no idea who these people are. You know what, let me get the letter and show you.
Kyra's mind raced when Deborah left the living room. Who could be doing this? There was no way the city was behind evicting an entire apartment building. If the building was indeed being renovated by the city, the permit would have taken much longer to go through, giving the residents ample time to relocate. And if such a thing was in motion for months, Kyra would have heard about it.
What in the hell is going on?
She hissed. Just then Deborah returned carrying a piece of paper.
Here, take a look.
Kyra read the letter and indeed, everything Deborah said was there. The name on the letter wasn't familiar to her.
Ricardo Bianchi and Associates.
Who the hell are they? A bunch of uncaring, rich pricks, her subconscious answered. Who else would kick poor residents out of their only home? Anger boiled inside of her. Everything happening to Deborah and Chelsea right now was all too familiar to her. Unwanted memories forced their way to the forefront of her mind, and for a second she couldn't breathe.
Kyra?
Deborah's voice penetrated her mind, pulling her from memories she didn't welcome.
What do I do?
Kyra sucked in a breath and glanced at the woman sitting beside her. She looked miserable. There was a hopeless look in her eyes.
You do nothing, Deborah. I'm going to take care of this. You and Chelsea will be fine. I promise. She wasn't supposed to make promises in her line of work because things didn't always work out for the best. That was reality.
It was the reality for the many people she had worked with. But she was going to fight tooth and nail on the Griggs' behalf. Her boss would tell her to let it go, that she shouldn't get so personally involved, but she was already in too deep.
You've already done so much for us, Kyra. I don't even think this is your scope of work.
That doesn't matter to me, Deborah. I will always help you and Chelsea any way I can. The two of you are
my chance for redemption. She almost said it out loud.
I care about you and Chelsea. The least I can do is find out exactly what is going on, who is pushing things forward and why.
Deborah nodded.
I assume this is coming from someone very powerful. I don't want you getting into any trouble.
Kyra let out a laugh.
Relax, Deborah. I'm not going to challenge this Richard Bianchi and his friends to a fist fight, although, the way I'm feeling, I would probably kick their collective ass.
Deborah's eyes widened in surprise. No doubt taken aback by Kyra's unusual aggressiveness. She laughed.
If you need a fighting partner, count me in.
Both women giggled, relieved that they could find humor in something.
Seriously, Kyra, I don't want to give you any more trouble than I have to. I know we're not the only family you work with. You must have a ton of work to do already.
It's no trouble. What these people are doing to you and everyone else in this building is unfair, Deborah. I'm going to fight it as best I can. Even if I can buy you guys more time before you have to move, that would be something. Don't worry, I won't do anything drastic to get myself into trouble.
All right. Have I said thank you yet? For everything. You're an angel, Kyra.
I'm not that great, but you're welcome.
Kyra stood up and pulled an envelope out of her handbag.
I'm going to get going. This letter is for you. It's just a bunch of fancy words letting you know that you and Chelsea qualify for and will be getting assistance with medical expenses.
Deborah accepted the envelope and engulfed her in a tight embrace.
You might not think you're an angel, but you are. Thank you. I guess Chelsea is anxiously awaiting you.
Yes, I'll go say bye to her.
Kyra reached Chelsea's door, and before she could knock, the door flew open. Cocking a brow, Kyra asked,
Was somebody eavesdropping?
Shaking her head vehemently.
Nope. I wasn't eavesdropping, I promise. I heard your footsteps approaching. Well, what's going to happen? Are we going to lose our home?
Not if I can help it, Chels. I don't want you to worry too much about that. Okay?
I won't. I know you'll help us, Kyra.
Kyra smiled, but deep down she prayed she didn't end up disappointing Chelsea and Deborah. If she didn't help them keep their home, she doubted she would be able to live with herself.
You take care, Chels. I'll be back to check up on you.
Bye, Kyra.
Kyra hastily left the Griggs apartment because she was overwhelmed with anger and worry. Throw her personal demons into the mix, and she was ready to burst. She took several deep breaths as she stomped down the stairs.
You are not going to get away with this, Ricardo Bianchi.
It was the first she'd ever come across the name, let alone meet him, and she hated him already. She could imagine the man, old, gray, round around the middle and money-hungry. He was most likely miserable and probably thrived on making others miserable as well. She marched out the building and looked back. Sure, the tower block was in deplorable condition, but kicking the residents out and turning it into some rich people's paradise was wrong. Where would everyone who had to leave go? Everyone who lived there didn't live there by choice. It was all they could afford, the best they could do. She whipped out her cell as she slid into her car and dialed Allegra's number.
Hello, girlfriend.
Hey, Allegra.
Have you changed your mind about tonight?
Her tone was bright, hopeful. It was too bad Kyra was about to disappoint her.
No, that's not why I'm calling.
A sigh sounded.
Of course. Just leave a girl to hang by herself, why don't you?
Allegra mumbled.
Alright, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Riccardo Bianchi?
No. That name doesn't ring a bell? Oh, are you interested in this Riccardo Bianchi?
Kyra massaged the bridge of her nose.
No, Allegra. The only thing I'm interested in is giving him a piece of my mind.
Wow, it takes a lot to upset you. What did he do? Stand you up on a date or something?
God. Not everything is about dating, Allegra.
Kyra snapped. She let out a breath.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap. I'm just a little stressed.
Is this about work? Kyra, it's Friday evening. Forget about work for one night.
I can't. This is important.
You are absolutely hopeless. Well, I can't help you. I haven't heard of the guy. Why did you think I would have heard of him anyway?
Because you seem to know everyone in New York. All the men anyway.
Whoa, was that a dig to my character?
Actually, it was a compliment.
Kyra responded quickly.
You're sociable and popular. I just thought I would try my luck.
Good save, girl, good save.
Okay, so you don't him. Guess I'll be spending the night on Google.
Allegra sighed.
Like I said, hopeless. Instead of going out with me, you're going to go home and research some guy. A guy you're not even interested in dating, might I add.
Kyra rolled her eyes.
Goodbye, Allegra. Have fun tonight.
Bye, Betty Buzzkill.
Kyra hung up the phone with a small smile. Allegra would forgive her soon enough, but the Griggs didn't have much time. She had to find out who this Riccardo Bianchi was and get a meeting with him.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 3.
You can't be serious, Rico. Why would you waste your time going to meet with a social worker?
Alfio waved both hands around in irritation.
And for what? Because she's upset? You don't know this woman. Why do you care?
Ricardo eyed his brother with a raised brow.
I believe I can do whatever and meet with whomever I want, Alfio.
I'm not saying otherwise. I just don't want anything or anyone slowing down our plans.
Ricardo shrugged.
As you said, she is a social worker. I don't know much about the American system, but I doubt she can do anything to affect our project.
Again, why are you going to a meeting with her?
Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Ricardo shrugged.
Technically, it's not a meeting. It's more of a surprise visit. I had no conversation with her about any meeting.
His brother looked at him with disbelief.
It's official, you've lost your mind.
Ricardo's mouth twisted into a half smile. What could he say? Perhaps he had gone mad. It would be a good explanation for why he was seeking out a woman he didn't need to see. He couldn't explain it. The effect just hearing her voice over the answering machine had on him was mind-boggling. On Friday night, he had returned to the office to pick up a few things. Having just set up a temporary office where he and his brothers could work, he hadn't yet hired a secretary or any other help. So, he took his own calls and whatever he missed the answering machine got. Both surprise and amusement had flooded him when he checked his messages Friday night and got to the last one. It was a very irate woman giving him a piece of her mind. Apparently, she wasn't too happy about the project he was involved in. He replayed the message in his head, as he had done many times over the last few days. Her voice was sultry, smooth like the finest red wine, and full of passion. At first, hearing her voice had transported him to a bedroom with candles and silk sheets, and then he'd replayed the message and really listened to her words. She insulted him several times, yet he couldn't help the attraction to just her voice. Who was attracted to a woman based on voice alone? He'd gone way too long without female companionship, it seemed. Kyra Fisher. The only thing he knew about her was her name and her profession. She had introduced herself as a social worker with the Borough of Manhattan Social Services. Sure, he had the resources to find out what she looked like and everything about her, but he hadn't made any move to do that. For some insane reason, he was enjoying the mystery. He had decided to wait until that afternoon to pay the Borough of Manhattan Social Services a visit and find this Kyra Fisher. 1. To let her know just how unhappy he was to receive such a scolding from someone he'd never met, and 2. To finally put a face to the seductive voice.
Did you hear anything I just said?
Ricardo glanced at Alfio.
What was that?
He slapped a hand to his forehead.
Will you focus? What's gotten into you? You're the one who's supposed to be reprimanding me about my lack of focus.
I apologize, Alfio. Kindly repeat what you said.
Ricardo had tuned out everything his brother said. He was too busy thinking about a woman he didn't know.
I said, forget about the social worker and let's get things done.
Ricardo snorted. Forgetting the social worker was absolutely not an option. He couldn't forget her if he tried.
It's not like we can do anything more until the residents of the building move out. They have 3 weeks. Relax.
You used your billionaire powers to cut the time down to 3 weeks. Maybe you can push it down to 2 weeks.
I doubt that will happen, Alfio. I already had to pull a lot of strings to the 3 weeks. The city won't agree with less time. Just a little more patience.
He sighed.
You're right. I'm just anxious to get started. I see a lot of money coming our way. Why didn't we do this years ago?
Because you and Mario were too busy partying and being irresponsible.
Ricardo answered casually, reaching for his cell.
It's time I got going,
he said and stood up. Alfio scoffed and rolled his eyes just as Mario walked in.
Hey, guys.
He noticed his twin's disgusted expression.
What's your problem, Alfio?
Our brother has lost his mind.
What's new?
Mario grinned when Ricardo sent him a glare.
He insists on meeting some social worker.
With a shrug, Mario gave his brother a confused look.
So? What's the big deal?
She has a problem with us moving forward with our property development project.
And your point is? A social worker won't be able to affect what we're doing.
Ricardo opened the office door.
That's what I told him.
Before Mario could ask any further questions, Ricardo made his escape. He had to get to the Borough of Manhattan Social Services before he missed Kyra Fisher. Anticipation welled up inside of him. He attempted to put a damper on the anticipation and excitement swelling in his gut for the mere fact that he was meeting with a woman. He hadn't experienced such feelings in years. Kyra nibbled her fingernails nervously. She'd felt ill all day due to anxiety. The weekend hadn't seen her get much sleep, nor did she have a bite to eat for almost 2 days. Since arriving at the office that morning, she'd been jumpy. Every door that opened and every ring of a phone made her heart leap. Allegra had inquired why she seemed so on edge. Being on edge was an understatement. She was one breath away from a full-blown panic attack, a nervous breakdown. What had she been thinking picking up the phone, Friday night, in her condition? Never in her life had she done anything so foolish. So much for not doing anything to get herself in trouble as she had promised Deborah Griggs. Kyra rested her head in her hand and groaned. Her eyes had been on her boss's office door all day, waiting for the moment when he would emerge and fire her. That was what would certainly happen if Ricardo Bianchi decided to make a complaint. The thought of possibly losing her job that day over her stupidity had been like a heavy weight on her chest since she woke up that morning.
Kyra.
Her eyes flew to meet Allegra's.
Huh? I mean, yes, Allegra? What can I do for you?
Allegra studied her with narrowed eyes.
What is your deal? I've been standing in front of your desk, calling you for like 2 minutes. You were completely zoned out.
She perched on the desk and lowered her voice.
Did you decide to have some fun this weekend and now you're reminiscing?
I wish.
Kyra muttered.
You and I both know that's not it.
I was merely entertaining hope. So, what's the problem? You have been on edge all day. Don't think I didn't see you pacing and talking to yourself in the lounge.
Kyra sighed. Hopefully, Allegra was the only who witnessed her losing her mind.
I did something really stupid and I'm worried I might get into trouble.
Interest sparkled in Allegra's eyes.
You in trouble? I find that hard to believe, but do tell.
Kyra contemplated telling her friend what she had done. After a few seconds, she spilled, wanting to get it off her chest.
Okay, like I said, I did something stupid.
She resisted the urge to slap her palm against her forehead, still silently berating herself for her actions.
It all started on Friday when I visited the Griggs. I found out that their home is about to be renovated and not for their benefit. They're pretty much being driven out of their home for the place to be turned into luxury condos for rich folks. They were given 3 measly weeks to move out. It's not just the Griggs. A lot of people are going to lose their homes. Where are they supposed to go? The people we work with don't have the means to relocate at the drop of a hat. I was incensed when I discovered what was going on.
Allegra threw her hands up.
So that's why you called me asking about a Richard Bianchi.
Yes. His name was on the letter that Deborah Griggs received. I assume he's in charge of the whole project.
Kyra lowered her voice.
What a jerk. Has he no consideration, no compassion for those less fortunate? He's probably some old man, sitting in his castle, smoking Cuban cigars and laughing at all the little people he steps on every day.
Allegra giggled.
I've never seen you this upset.
She shook her head.
Is that what you're stressed about? It doesn't make any sense you torture yourself, Kyra. You can't do anything to stop the renovations.
Well, I know that. I'm angry, but that's not why I've been so tense. I kind of called Richard Bianchi and let him have it. I may have thrown a few insults his way.
Allegra's eyes widened.
You may have?
Kyra shut her eyes and groaned.
Okay, I did insult him, with rather colorful language. I was under the influence, I swear. I made the call after a few glasses of wine. Okay, an entire bottle. I didn't get him, of course. I left a voice message, which I'm sure he must have heard and is probably plotting to destroy me. What if he calls Steve? I'm going to lose my job. I don't stand a chance against some rich, big shot. One word from him and I'm done for.
Holding up both hands, Allegra said.
Hold on now. I think you're making more of a big deal about this than it really is. You telling off the rich old man is funny as hell. God, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall watching him listen to that message. I doubt you have anything to worry about, though.
I gave him my name and where I work, Allegra. He's going to get me fired. Men like him have delicate egos.
Allegra laughed, resulting in a scathing glance from Kyra. She quickly sobered.
I'm sorry, honey. I really think you should relax.
Easy for you to say.
Kyra glanced at the clock above the exit.
It's almost 5. I'm going to get the hell out of here before Ricardo Bianchi calls the office or something.
Oh, my God. So this is what it takes to get you to leave early. Let me gather my things. I'm leaving with you.
Kyra nodded and started cleaning up her desk. A slight commotion at the door caught her attention. An immaculately dressed man stepped into the office and stopped one of the staff who was passing. She couldn't hear the exchanged words, but the woman pointed towards Steve, their boss's door. Initially, she wasn't interested in who the stranger was until she took a second look at him. She blinked, just as odd as every woman in the office appeared to be. As he advanced further inside and toward Steve's office, Kyra's eyes remained on him. Clearly, he was wealthy, evidenced by his attire and the Rolex gracing his left wrist. His stride was confident, his posture exuding power. He was good-looking and had a Mediterranean thing going, but before she could study him more, he entered Steve's office.
Must be one of Steve's rich donors.
She murmured. Her boss had many wealthy friends and headed several charities. She returned her mind to clearing her desk so she could vacate her cubicle as soon as possible. She glanced at the clock again. It was 5 minutes to 5.
Yes.
She grabbed her handbag and looked toward Allegra's desk anxiously. To her annoyance, Allegra was with a group of their co-workers whispering and giggling. Conversing about the handsome arrival, no doubt. Kyra let out an irritated sigh and waved Allegra over. With a dramatic roll of her eyes, Allegra pulled herself away from the group and made her way over.
Do you really want to leave after seeing who just walked in? Aren't you curious as to what he's doing here?
What, you know him? Is he a celebrity or something?
Allegra shrugged.
I have no idea who the man is, but he is gorgeous. Isn't he?
I didn't really get a good look. Are you ready?
Kyra glanced at Steve's door.
Let's go before Steve gets a call from Richard Bianchi. I'm surprised he hasn't called yet.
Allegra let out a sigh.
Fine.
As they walked toward the door, with Kyra marching briskly ahead, her name echoed.
Kyra. Just a minute.
She froze. Damn. Turning slowly, she pasted on a smile.
Yes, sir.
She eyed her boss warily. Allegra froze beside her.
Oh, shit. I think you really are in trouble.
Kyra, I need you in my office. You have a visitor.
Huh?
Her mouth fell open, but she quickly snapped it shut.
I do. But the only person.
She stopped. The only visitor to arrive was the hot Mediterranean man. What could he possibly want to see her for? She gave Steve a fleeting glance from beneath her lashes. He didn't look upset, so Mr. Bianchi hadn't called. She let out a breath and turned to Allegra.
Give me a few minutes.
What's this about?
Allegra asked, looking from her to the Steve's office.
Why would he want to see you?
Kyra frowned. There was a hint of envy in Allegra's tone, but she was sure she must be mistaken. She didn't have time to analyze Allegra's tone or expression any further.
I haven't a clue. Like you, I don't know the man. Maybe he knows one of my clients.
She followed Steve.
Kyra, it's a good thing I caught you before you left. You never leave early. Is everything all right?
She gave her boss a slight smile.
Everything is fine, Steve.
It sure was, knowing that she wasn't about to lose her job.
I'm just extra tired today. So who is the gentleman that wants to see me? I don't think we've ever met.
He says his name is Ricardo Bianchi.
Steve responded as he pushed his door open.
What?
Before Kyra could say anything else, she was looking into a pair of gray eyes. At first, they looked cold until the gray orbs moved over her from head to toe, slowly. That was when she glimpsed the fire in the gray depth. Richard Bianchi? That was him? He was nothing like she had imagined. He was definitely not an old, balding, burly man. A lock of black, shiny hair fell over a prominent forehead above hooded eyes. His hair was a bit too long, but it looked good on him. His angular jaw screamed masculinity and his mouth promised sensuality. He was tall and gorgeous. And his heated stare could only mean one thing. Anger. Well, two things. He was angry and she was totally screwed.
Steve, I can explain. Please don't fire me.
Steve sent her a confused look.
Fire you? Why would I do that? You're one of the organization's best workers.
He paused.
Are you all right, Kyra?
Kyra swallowed.
Yes, I'm fine.
Steve didn't look convinced but turned to Ricardo.
Mr. Bianchi, here she is, Kyra Fisher. Kyra, this is Ricardo Bianchi. He requested to meet with you.
All Kyra could do was gape at Ricardo. Seconds later, she came to her senses.
Hello, Mr. Bianchi.
Ricardo, please.
She stared dumbly at the hand he extended before finally slipping hers into it. His large hand engulfed hers, and a sensation she wasn't familiar with shot up her arm and seemed to spread to her entire body. All of a sudden she felt too warm.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Kyra Fisher.
She swallowed and squeaked.
Likewise.
Ricardo turned to Steve.
Is there somewhere I can speak with Miss Fisher privately?
I can loan you to my office. I have a few things to go and check on.
Ricardo gave a nod.
Thank you.
Kyra watched in horror as Steve exited the office, leaving her alone with Ricardo. The temptation to call him back, even to run, was strong. She couldn't be in a room alone with such a man. But she wondered if it was embarrassment over her behavior on Friday that made her apprehensive about being in his presence, or the fact that she was unwilling to admit to herself that she felt an attraction to the man. Since laying eyes on him, her heart wouldn't stop somersaulting in her chest. She brought wide eyes back to him, not sure what to say.
Mr. Bianchi.
Ricardo.
He corrected.
May I call you Kyra?
The way her name came out in a deep, sexy accented drawl was like music to her ear. He made her name sound exotic. If she closed her eyes, she bet she could picture him whispering her name over and over while they made love. Whoa! You've gone a bit too far, girl. Was it her imagination, or did the temperature of the room skyrocket?
Sure.
She inhaled deeply, finding her composure so as not to sound like a stuttering idiot.
May I ask why you've come to see me, Mr. Ricardo? I don't believe we have any business together.
You seriously don't know why I'm here, Kyra? I love your name, by the way.
Again his gaze traveled the length of her body and the back to her face.
It suits you.
She had to force herself to maintain eye contact.
Thank you.
She said nonchalantly, though she was on the verge of hyperventilating.
And I don't make assumptions. I would rather you tell me your purpose for seeking me out.
He grinned.
We're going to play that game, are we?
Kyra blinked, her expression one of innocence.
I have no idea what game you speak of.
She cleared her throat lightly and eyed him from beneath her lashes.
So, Ricardo, have you spoken to Steve as yet?
She was dying to know if he told Steve what she had done. He tilted his head and studied her for a few seconds before responding.
You seem rather worried about what I've said to your boss. Why? When you have no idea why I'm here.
She cracked, to her disappointment. She simply couldn't take the torture any longer. Kyra sucked in a breath and exhaled.
Look, I do know why you're here. I'm terribly sorry for the message I left you, sir. It was very childish, not to mention unprofessional of me. I wasn't myself that evening.
No way was she going to tell him that she had drunk-dialed him.
If you want to file a complaint against me, or if you already have, I completely understand. I was way out of line. I suppose I deserve to lose my job for being so senseless. Again, I apologize.
She waited with bated breath for his response, for him to tell her that he was going to destroy her career. But he said nothing.
Sir?
He blinked.
I haven't said a word to your boss.
She nodded.
But you are going to. It's okay, I deserve whatever comes my way.
I didn't say I was going to mention anything to him.
Her eyes widened.
Really?
I was very upset, however. I still am. And I expect you to make it up to me.
Kyra's brows shot up. Make it up to him? How the hell did he expect her to do that? Chapter 4. She was beautiful, a golden-skinned goddess with the most gorgeous upward-tilted, almond-shaped eyes. They were a rich dark brown and shone with intelligence, eyes he could stare into, tirelessly. Her eyes alone seemed to have awakened him from a mental slumber. Laying eyes on the beauty standing before him made him feel more alive than he'd felt in a long time. He couldn't keep his eyes off of her mouth. Every word she uttered, his gaze was drawn to her full, sensually curved, painted red lips. Instantly, he began to fantasize about how they would feel against his. Were they as soft as they looked? Did they taste as delicious as they looked? He could imagine that they did. Everything about her was perfect to him, even the cut of her sleek black hair that swung above her shoulders. Her dress hugged her curves any man would want to get their hands on. She wasn't tall because he towered over her despite her high heels, but she had long slender legs. He could picture them wrapped around his waist. Ricardo blinked, erasing the erotic images forming in his mind.
How do you expect me to make things up to you?
The breathy, sultry voice that he had fallen in love with before laying eyes on her penetrated his thoughts. Ricardo blinked.
What was that?
Kyra folded her arms across her middle, shifting from one foot to the other. He stifled a smile. She was nervous. Good.
You said you expect me to make it up to you. I already apologized. What else can I possibly do?
Right. For a second he had forgotten what they were conversing about. Kyra Fisher was indeed too much of a distraction. It was surprising to him because he wasn't easily distracted.
Yes, as I was saying. I was incredibly insulted by your message, Kyra. You called me a callous monster.
She hung her head.
I'm sorry.
You said I was an old devil, looking to make the world as miserable as I am.
Kyra cringed and began to nibble her lower lip. Ricardo had to pry his gaze away from her mouth.
Well, I
am miserable at times, and I very well might be a devil, but I am most certainly not old.
No, you most certainly are not, sir. You appear to be quite youthful.
Are you complimenting me on my looks, Kyra?
Yes. I mean, no. I just...
Ricardo's amusement escalated when she fell silent and sent him a glare. Why he enjoyed baiting the young woman was beyond him. He wasn't one for needless banter, but interacting with Kyra excited him. She exuded a timid air, but the fire flaring in her eyes at the moment intrigued him. It made him want to push her buttons further, to see the inferno in her dark brown orbs ignite to greater proportions.
Okay, Mr. Bianchi. Can you please cut the crap?
She seemed surprised by her own outburst but continued.
Either you make your complaint to my boss, or you tell me what you want me to do to gain your forgiveness.
Dinner.
Her arms dropped to her sides and she shook her head slightly.
I beg your pardon?
Have dinner with me.
How will that?
We can further discuss why you think I'm a callous monster.
Kyra pursed her lips and looked repentant.
I really don't think we have much to discuss.
She sighed.
Look, I didn't mean anything I said. I don't know the first thing about you, so I had no right to use such harsh words.
I think you meant every word, Kyra, so of course we have much to discuss. You're unhappy with my project, and I would like to hear exactly why. With all the insults you threw my way, you still didn't make it clear what problems you have with my property development project.
I really don't think my opinions or concerns will make any difference, Mr. Bianchi.
Ricardo.
Perhaps we should keep things formal.
And perhaps you should have dinner with me. You can't be sure that I won't take into consideration your concerns, Kyra. I am willing to hear you out after all.
That made her pause. Ricardo could see the gears turning in her head and smiled with satisfaction. He had her hooked. There was no way she would turn down his invitation now.
Dinner sounds good. I do have concerns about your development plans, Ricardo.
Kyra and Ricardo's eyes swung to the door in surprise.
Allegra, what are you?
She cut Kyra off.
I think we should accept Ricardo's dinner invitation, Kyra.
Ricardo scowled as the woman extended her hand, but he accepted, reluctantly.
Ricardo Bianchi, but I gather you already knew that.
He wanted to mention that he only gave Kyra permission to use his Christian name but remained silent.
Allegra Romano. A pleasure to meet you.
She purred.
Before you arrived, Kyra and I were discussing your plans. We're both very concerned about the effect it will have on a lot of people. Let's talk over dinner.
Ricardo didn't miss Kyra's shocked expression, which she quickly covered up.
Mr. Bianchi, Allegra is my coworker and very good friend. I suppose we could meet up with you to discuss things. Maybe two voices will better be heard.
Ricardo was careful not to let his disappointment and utter annoyance show.
How does tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock sound?
It's a date.
Allegra chirped.
If you give me your addresses, I'll be happy to pick you both up.
Perfect.
I'll meet you there.
Allegra and Kyra chorused. Allegra quickly jumped in.
So you'll pick me up and Kyra will meet us. Sounds like a plan.
Ricardo gave her a tight smile and then rested his gaze on the woman that captivated him even when all she did was stand silently, glaring at him as she was doing now. Kyra cocked a brow when he continued to stare and he ginned.
I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
When she nodded, he didn't know whether to be disappointed about her lack of excitement to see him again or be impressed that she was one of few who didn't throw herself at him. Unlike Kyra, Allegra was virtually salivating as she took him in from head to toe, no doubt sizing up his worth. Ricardo sighed and proceeded to get Allegra's address. She walked in and there was that stir again. A stir in his gut that spread through the rest of him, as if every part of him had been waiting on her to come to life. Ricardo sat up straighter in his chair and watched Kyra advance into the room. Allegra had been boring him with stories about her party adventures. That was why he avoided younger women, yet, Kyra must be around the same age as Allegra and she held his interest. So much so that he spent all of last night thinking about her and all of that day anticipating seeing her again. What was it about Kyra Fisher that drew him in? Hopefully, he would find out tonight. He watched Kyra walk through the restaurant with purposeful strides. Unlike Allegra, she was dressed in no-nonsense business attire, but still managed to look sexy, alluring. He couldn't help the smile that reached his lips. Of course, she took their dinner as a business meeting. It was, after all, he who implied that it was, except he had ulterior motives. His motives would have to be put aside due to Allegra inviting herself along. Ricardo gritted his teeth and stood up as Kyra neared the table. His eyes never left her, taking in every detail. Her hair wasn't loose today but in a simple updo that accentuated her heart-shaped face. She wore minimal makeup and he took the time to appreciate her natural beauty. Somehow he gathered that she was unaware of just how attractive she was. Not once did she look to the left nor the right at any of the men who gave her second and third glances. He, however, took notice and he felt a sudden surge of jealousy and the need to commit acts of violence. She was his. She just didn't know it yet. How he wished he could have taken her somewhere more elegant and expensive to attempt to impress her. But he'd settled on a Mexican restaurant his brothers raved about. He figured the restaurant's casual, friendly atmosphere was more appropriate since Allegra had included herself. When Allegra saw him stand up, she glanced around. Disappointment was evident on her face when she saw Kyra.
Oh, Kyra is here.
Ricardo ignored her tone and gave Kyra a broad smile.
Kyra, I'm glad you made it.
He pulled out a seat and gestured for her to sit.
Mr. Bianchi, I'm sorry I'm late. I got held up at work.
He gritted his teeth, annoyed that she insisted on being so formal.
Not a problem.
Hey, Allegra.
She smiled at her friend as she took her seat.
You look nice.
She responded with a lukewarm smile.
Kyra. Thanks.
Ricardo arched a brow at the way Allegra responded to her supposedly good friend. Kyra didn't seem to notice the lackluster greeting, or she chose to ignore it.
Now that we're all here, we can order. Would you like a drink first, Kyra?
Water, please.
Allegra laughed.
Kyra, you're such a bore. Water?
I'm driving, Allegra. Remember?
Right. You know, Ricardo and I had a nice drive here. It turns out we have a lot in common.
Glancing at Ricardo, Kyra murmured.
Do you?
For a brief moment Ricardo thought he detected disappointment in her lovely eyes. But perhaps it was wishful thinking.
I wouldn't say a lot. I'm Italian and she happens to be half Italian. I believe that is where the similarities end.
He said dryly. Allegra let out a string of giggles, which grated on his nerve. Obviously, the woman couldn't take the hint that he wasn't interested. She was either obtuse or in denial.
Oh, come on, Ricardo. I'd say that's a big deal.
She leaned into him and caressed his arm. Kyra's eyes followed the movement and something akin to defeat played across her face. He couldn't analyze her reaction further because a waitress chose that exact moment to arrive. After they ordered, Allegra looked around.
We really should go somewhere nicer next time, Ricardo. I'm sure you can afford it.
Ricardo's brows elevated.
You don't like it here? Pity.
He didn't attempt to cover up that fact that he cared less whether she liked the place or not. Kyra gasped and sent Allegra a look of disbelief.
Allegra. Really? This place is just fine, Mr. Bianchi. Thank you for inviting us. Now, maybe we can have our discussion while we wait for our food.
As you wish, Kyra.
Ricardo acceded.
Oh, come on you two. Let's at least eat first, before getting into the boring stuff. Plus, I'm interested in getting to know Ricardo.
Kyra's jaws clenched and Ricardo waited for her to reply, but she remained silent.
There's nothing exciting to share, Ms. Romano.
I doubt that. Everything about you appears to be exciting. Where in Italy are you from?
Milan. But I grew up in a small town named Africo.
Allegra gasped and leaned toward Ricardo.
Oh, Milan. The fashion capital of Italy. How I would love to go shopping in Milan.
I don't have much interest in fashion.
Actually, there's more to Milan than shopping, Allegra. There's a rich cultural heritage and influential history to behold. Many greats like Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo lived and worked there. Plus, there are many arts and architecture to enjoy there.
She fell silent when Allegra snorted.
Leave it up to you to ruin a good time, Kyra.
Kyra seemed embarrassed as she reached for her water. Ricardo was furious that anyone would dare humiliate her for her depth and intelligence.
You are absolutely right, Kyra. I'm impressed with your knowledge of my home. Have you ever been to Italy?
She let out a small laugh.
Goodness, no. I would love to go there one day. I would love to go to many places. I just have to wait until I win the lottery.
She smiled and Ricardo chuckled.
I hope you get the chance to go everywhere you desire, Kyra.
Her eyes lit up and she bestowed on him the brightest smile he'd received since meeting her. It was like the sun suddenly rose in the small restaurant.
Thank you. Me too.
He couldn't take his eyes off her. Her passion, her aura, everything about her drew him in. The more he got to know her, the more he wanted to know, and he'd only been in her presence for less than half an hour. Perturbed that she wasn't receiving Ricardo's attention, Allegra cleared her throat loudly.
Ricardo, how long are you planning to stay in New York? I hope we can arrange a few more dates. I can take you to the trendiest hangout spots.
He let a long-suffering sigh. The last he checked, he wasn't on a date with her to begin with. He refrained from blurting out that fact, however.
A man of my age does not hang out, Ms. Romano.
How old are you, Mr. Bianchi?
Ricardo was both surprised and pleased that Kyra finally showed a shred of interest in him, even it was merely to inquire about his age.
I'm 39.
He held her gaze, gauging her reaction. Would she think him too old for her? To his disappointment, all she did was nod before returning her attention to her glass of water. Ricardo clenched his jaw and reached for his own glass, taking a gulp of wine. Her interest seemed to have vanished. It was back to listening to Allegra's mindless chatter. When their food arrived, Kyra kept her eyes downcast and rolled her food around her plate while Allegra shared story after story, all of which he had no interest in. He barely heard a word she said. He was too preoccupied with watching Kyra's every move and taking note of every emotion that played across her face. Sometimes she scowled, sometimes her delectable mouth formed a pretty pout, and sometimes she let out a sigh that was barely audible. She was upset, he could tell, that they hadn't discussed what she's come to dinner to discuss. Each time she raised the topic, the loquacious Allegra cut her off. He had seen her quench her irritation several times. It occurred to Ricardo that he could use that to his advantage later and decide not to press the issue. Instead, he proceeded to entertain Allegra while Kyra silently fumed. She eyed the bottle of wine sitting on their table longingly several times, and he shoved down his amusement.
Are you all right, Kyra?
He asked when Allegra momentarily stopped talking.
I'm peachy.
She grunted.
Enjoying the food?
Yeah. Sure.
She said with a sigh. Allegra leaned into him.
Don't mind her, she's always been shy. A bit of a joy kill at times if you ask me.
Since I'm not good company, I guess I should get going then.
Kyra said, pushing her chair back. Ricardo mirrored her movement.
Kyra, wait.
It's time I got going. I had a long day and I'm exhausted.
She was on her feet in a flash and gathering her handbag.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Bianchi. Thank you for dinner. If you two will excuse me.
Let me follow you to your car, at least.
She held up both hands.
Oh, no. You stay here with Allegra and enjoy the rest of your meal. I'll be fine.
She wheeled around and marched to the door with stiff shoulders. Anger, which she tried to hide, radiated off of her in waves. He watched her leave, tempted to follow her. He almost did, but Allegra placed a hand on his arm.
Let her go. She's not very sociable, trust me, I know her well. I think she felt uncomfortable.
Ricardo gave her a scowl but took his seat. He decided to finish dinner with Allegra so as not to be rude, but he never stopped counting down the time until he could get rid of her. Over 2 hours later, Ricardo watched in relief as Allegra shut her door. He looked skyward and let out a long sigh. He had literally had to pry the woman off of him. Walking back to the car, he slid in and told his driver to return to the coffee shop Allegra had introduced him to. Shortly after, he was on his way to Kyra's place. As the vehicle wove through traffic, he stared out the window, wondering what on earth he was doing. In all his 39 years, he'd never felt the need, much less had to, pursue a woman. Before he'd gotten married, and even while he was married, women had flocked him and they still did. It was surprising to him now that he was actually showing interest in one. Usually, he was too caught up in his grief and bitterness to entertain the thought of any romantic relationship. For a second, the thought entered his mind that maybe he wasn't really interested in a relationship. Maybe he simply needed to bed Kyra once and she would be out of his system. Maybe the intrigue would disappear once he had her in his bed. But in the back of his mind, he knew he was wrong. There was something more to the attraction he felt for her than just the physical. After all, the allure had started with just the sound of her voice, and it had increased tenfold after seeing her. Ricardo leaned his head back and let out a breath. He felt like he was way in over his head. He was out of practice when it came to the dating scene, and the woman he was interested in was younger. What if she wasn't interested in him? He let out a laugh. Since when did he, Ricardo Bianchi, feel insecure about anything? It was like Kyra Fisher had woven a spell and ensnared him. And it didn't seem like she was even aware of the effect she had on him.
Amazing.
He muttered.
Sir? We're here.
His driver announced, peeping into the rearview mirror.
Thank you, Anthony. Why don't you take a drive around? I might be here a while. I'll call you when I'm ready.
It was presumptuous of him to think that Kyra would invite him into her home, but he was hopeful. And he was determined that he would have her. Whatever he put his mind to, he accomplished. He didn't build a billion-dollar empire being weak-minded.
Sure thing, sir.
Anthony said with a nod.
Do you want me to wait until you're inside?
Ricardo laughed.
I may not know my way around New York, but I can take care of myself.
The driver chuckled while Ricardo grabbed the bottle of wine beside him and the cup of coffee he'd stopped to get. He slid out of the car and waved Anthony off. When the car disappeared down the street, he turned to study the area. It seemed quiet with well-kept apartment buildings. He headed toward Kyra's. What would she say when she discovered he was there? She would no doubt be upset that he had looked up her address, but he could deal with that. What he couldn't deal with was not seeing her again, not knowing why she captivated him so much, not knowing what it was like to touch her, kiss her, and not knowing what it was like to have her naked in his bed. He entered the lobby and frowned when he didn't see any security guard or doorman. Who saw to the residents' safety? To Kyra's safety? Pushing the thought aside, he got into the elevator. On the 4th floor, he found Kyra's apartment and knocked.
Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.
Chapter 5.
She's always been shy.
Kyra scrunched her face and took on a nasal tone as she mimicked Allegra.
A bit of a joy kill at times.
She threw herself down on the couch.
Ugh. How could she humiliate me like that?
And why was she even embarrassed? It wasn't like Allegra had spoken any untruths. She was indeed shy and boring. But Ricardo Bianchi didn't need to know that. To her disgust, she was actually attracted to the man. She couldn't understand how she could feel anything but disdain for such a person, for someone who didn't care about what happened to anyone else, as long as he made his money. His piercing gray eyes and sheer physical perfectness were forefront in her mind, and the images refused to go away.
Damn him and damn me for finding him so hot.
Kyra exhaled heavily and plopped her chin on her hand. She probably wouldn't see him again. It seemed like he and Allegra had hit it off. She had been all over him and he didn't seem to mind. Which man would? Allegra was a bombshell, and totally Bianchi's type, tall, leggy and slender. Kyra, on the other hand, was on the shorter side with more pronounced curves. She could imagine Ricardo going for the model type. What bothered her more, though, was that she had failed Chelsea and Deborah Griggs. That dinner was supposed to be about showing Ricardo why he couldn't go ahead with his project. Thanks to Allegra, the entire dinner had been a waste. All she'd wanted to do was flirt with Ricardo. Kyra blamed herself too. If she'd been more assertive, she could have accomplished what she set out to. At that point, she was already thinking about alternatives to help the Griggs. There was no way she could help everyone that had to move out of the building, and it laid on her like a heavy burden.
I need a drink.
She murmured.
Several drinks.
But she was out of luck. She'd consumed every alcoholic drink she had in her kitchen on Friday night. Remembering that night made her cringe. Ricardo Bianchi must think she was an immature fool. Just then, a knock startled her. It sounded like it was her door. Impossible. She never had any visitors, not even Allegra. So, she ignored it, assuming there was someone at her neighbor's door. The knock sounded again, louder this time. It was definitely her door.
Who the hell could that be?
A tinge of fear shot through her. She was an avid watcher and reader of true crime dramas. She was a single female, living alone. Anything could happen. When the knocking continued, she rose and approached the door cautiously. Looking through the peephole, she gasped and pulled back.
Holy shit.
Ricardo Bianchi stood on the other side of the door. Just to make sure she wasn't caught up in some strange hallucination, she looked again. It was him. What was he doing there? And why was her heart trying to jump through her ribcage at the sight of him? She could not handle having Ricardo in her small apartment. She backed away from the door, hoping he would leave.
Kyra, I can hear you.
The accented drawl stopped her in her tracks. Damn.
Just a minute.
She looked down at herself and groaned. She grabbed the silk robe she had thrown over the back of a chair and put it on. It wasn't even long enough to cover her thighs, and her hair was caught in a messy ponytail. She was most definitely not fit to entertain an Italian Adonis. Smoothing a hand over her hair, she sucked in a breath and slowly opened the door. Kyra peered around the ajar door.
Mr. Bianchi. Hello?
Confusion rang in her tone. His eyes seemed to bore into her.
You still insist on formality, I see.
He drawled.
Are you going to let me in? I come bearing gifts.
He held up both hands, a bottle in one and a coffee cup in the other. All she could do was gawk at him. For the life of her, she couldn't think of anything to say in her shocked state. When she could finally speak, she stuttered.
Why are you here?
His lips lifted into a charming smile, and God help her, she nearly swooned. She was a fully grown woman, not a teenager, and she nearly swooned because a man smiled at her. Well, it wasn't just any man, it was Ricardo. Her brain turned to mush when he smiled at her.
I came to talk, of course. As I recall, we never had our intended conversation.
Her eyes widened and she found herself opening the door wider.
You mean you came all the way here to talk about your project?
I thought it was only fair that you got the opportunity to make your concerns known.
Her eyes narrowed and she nearly asked what was the catch. But she held her tongue. Now was her chance and she was going to jump at it. She stepped aside.
In that case, please come in, Mr. Bianchi.
Satisfaction glinted in his eyes as he stepped in.
And you will call me Ricardo.
She snorted.
Was that an order?
I apologize. Call me Ricardo, please.
Reminding herself that she should be nice on Chelsea and Deborah's account, she smiled sweetly.
As you wish, Ricardo.
He grinned, picking up on her sarcasm. Kyra eyed the coffee and wine longingly.
So, those are mine, huh?
He let out a laugh.
Yes, you didn't have any wine at dinner, so I bought you a bottle and you rushed off so quickly. You missed out on the coffee.
She grudgingly accepted because she was dying for a sip of wine and coffee was always welcome.
Thank you. How thoughtful.
She placed the wine bottle.
Can I offer you something to drink, Ricardo? A glass of the wine, perhaps?
I'm fine, thank you.
Kyra tried to ignore how he seemed to take up all the space in her tiny living room. She glanced around self-consciously, wondering what he thought of her less than impressive home. She was sure he was accustomed to grandeur.
Please, have a seat.
Thank you.
She pulled her robe tighter when his gaze trailed downward to her bare thigh.
I apologize for my appearance. I wasn't expecting anyone.
Ricardo took a seat.
I'm sorry for dropping in uninvited and you look fine.
It's okay, and thanks.
Kyra's heart stilled because of what she thought she saw flash in his eyes. For a second, she thought she saw desire in those metallic depths, but she had to have been mistaken. Why would he want her after spending time alone with the lovely Allegra? Had he kissed her goodnight after taking her home? Had they planned another date? Thoughts of him and Allegra swirled in her mind, and she quickly reached for the coffee and took several sips. She lifted her eyes to find him staring at her. If not for her darker complexion, she was sure she would be red from head to toe. It was tempting to lift her hand to check her hair again, but she fought the temptation and lifted her chin. So what if she didn't look her best?
How did you get my address?
Google, of course.
Of course.
She murmured. She couldn't help smiling. With all the resources that she was sure was at his fingertips, he took the time out to Google her.
I hope you don't mind.
Considering the reason you're here, I suppose I can't mind much.
Ricardo chuckled.
You are not good for a man's ego, Kyra.
She winced. Great. She had offended him. Again. She really hadn't intended to.
I didn't mean any offense.
She was a timid, but that didn't stop her from being honest.
No offense taken. I find you quite refreshing, as a matter of fact.
You do? I mean, thanks.
He gave her a single nod.
I promised you listening ears about your concerns for my renovation project. Shall we begin?
She placed her coffee cup down and unintentionally scooted closer to him.
Of course, let's get into it.
It was when she heard his soft intake of breath that she realized how close she was leaning to him. With a small, embarrassed smile, she pushed back. She had gotten carried away by her excitement to express her concerns for her client's well-being. She took a deep breath and began.
I work with many poor and underprivileged kids and families, ensuring that they get what they need to survive, whether financially, socially, medically, or physically. There's a particular family, a mother and a daughter, who I've become very close to. The little girl, she's 15 and she's been battling leukemia. That family has been through the ringer and I have done all I can to help them. Just when I got them help with the mounting medical bills and things were looking up, they got a letter from you stating that they have to leave their home in just 3 weeks. 1. The little girl is recovering, she shouldn't have to go through that hassle. 2. They have nowhere to go. The mother is a waitress. She already struggles with bills and her daughter's medical expenses with no help from the child's father. There is no way she can just up and rent somewhere else. That place is what she can afford. If they leave, the mother and child will be living on the streets. And it isn't just them. Everyone in that building will struggle to find an affordable place to live. Many of them will be in shelters or on the street.
Ricardo let out a breath.
When I sought permission from city officials, I got the go-ahead. I was assured that I was doing the city a favor, that my project was the beginning of cleaning up that particular area. Not only am I renovating a building, I'm initiating a movement to regain the city.
He shrugged.
From the criminals. You have to admit, renovating that building and eventually all of them will bring in new people and the neighborhood will be better off, not to mention much safer.
Kyra gritted her teeth.
Of course the city officials will say thoughtless crap like that.
She was quickly becoming agitated and struggled to keep calm.
Because you're all filthy rich. You don't know the everyday struggles of the less fortunate. You don't have to worry about where your next meal is coming from or if you'll even have one. You don't have to worry about being evicted from your home because you can't come up with the rent on time. None of you understand.
Something flickered across his face, something dark that made her cease talking.
You don't know the first thing about me, Ms. Fisher.
He snapped.
So it's back to being formal, I see.
Ricardo rubbed the bridge of his nose and his lips twisted.
I'm afraid you struck a chord. You're wrong to think that I don't understand what the poor faces. I grew up in what can be considered the poorest part of Italy. From an early age, I watched my parents struggle to put food on the table and keep a roof over our heads, so I more than understand the struggle. I apologize for my tone.
Kyra nodded and jumped to her feet. She slowly began to pace, showing her growing agitation.
I should apologize for mine too. I get carried away when it comes to work. And it would seem we bring out the worst in each other.
He looked surprised.
Why would you say that?
I don't usually behave like this. I don't drunk dial people, I don't hurl insults at anyone, and I admit, I've been rude to you quite a few times since we've met. That's not me. I'm really a quiet person who likes to stay out of trouble and avoid confrontation.
She waved her hand around.
The way I feel I sound isn't my usual behavior. I'm just.
You're passionate.
Yes. I just really.
Care.
He finished.
I see that.
Don't you care, Ricardo? After everything I just told you, are you still willing to disrupt and ruin so many lives?
Of course I care.
She stopped to give him a hopeful stare.
So you won't go ahead with the renovations?
He was silent for a few seconds. Standing up, he faced her and let out a heavy sigh.
I didn't say that.
She swallowed her disappointment.
Of course you'll go ahead with it. There's money to be made, right? Why did you even bother to invite me to dinner? To come all the way to my home?
Kyra.
She held up a hand.
You know what, you don't have to say another word.
I can't just stop everything.
He ran his fingers through his hair.
I'm not the only one involved or invested.
But you do have a lot of power. It was your name I saw on that letter.
Yes, but I won't put an end to something that I think will benefit a lot of people.
Kyra rolled her eyes.
Yeah. Benefit the rich. As if you all need any more benefits.
That's not fair, Kyra.
Life isn't fair, Ricardo. That's what I'll have to tell the families who are losing their homes.
She huffed, feeling a strong need to throw something, particularly something heavy, at the handsome Italian's head. Her eyes narrowed to slits as she sent him a glare.
How do you sleep at night?
Just fine with a few strong drinks.
He responded dryly. Kyra cocked a brow but didn't comment. She headed toward the door.
Well, I guess we're done here. Thank you for your time, Ricardo.
That's it.
With a shrug, she responded.
I don't see what more we have to talk about. You strike me as a man who does what he wants regardless of what anyone says. I would say we're done here.
Kyra's eyes widened when Ricardo advanced toward her and showed no sign of stopping. She took a retreating step as he got closer, too close for comfort. He came to a stop mere centimeters from her and her breath hitched in her chest.
We are far from done, Kyra Fisher. But I understand that you are upset, so I'll leave.
She opened her mouth to ask what he meant. In her opinion, they had no need to ever see one another again. Before she got the words out, he leaned forward, giving her a peck on the cheek, taking her off guard.
Addio bellissima.
Kyra remained frozen even after he disappeared. It took her a few seconds to recover, and when she did, she let out a long breath. She closed the door and sagged against it.
Oh, my God.
She breathed. For an alarming second, when he had leaned toward her, she thought he would kiss her on the mouth, and God help her, she would have welcomed it, no matter how pissed she was at him. Stepping away from the door, she ambled on shaky legs to drop into a chair. Ricardo's spicy male scent lingered in her living room, and she kind of hoped it would remain. She stared at the spot where he had sat for a long while. Why did the one man that she was attracted to have to be the villain?
Good morning, friend.
Kyra glanced around with a deep scowl. Friend?
Don't friend me, Allegra.
Seemingly taken aback, Allegra clutched her chest.
What's with you?
She glanced at the empty cup in Kyra's hand.
Oh, you haven't had your coffee yet.
No, I haven't, so don't piss me off any more than you already have.
Allegra's eyes widened. Well, she wasn't the only one surprised by Kyra's unusually cross attitude. Kyra shocked herself. Apparently, she turned into the Grinch when she didn't get any sleep plus lack of caffeine. She was annoyed with Allegra for the dinner debacle the previous night, but it wasn't Allegra's fault that she tossed and turned all night. That was all Ricardo's fault. His scent had lingered in her apartment all night, and damned if she didn't like it. And that damn kiss. It was a simple kiss on the cheek, for goodness sake. Totally meaningless. But she had thought about it all night, wished that he had kissed her on the lips instead. Then, there was her guilt for feeling as if she had failed the Griggs and everyone else who lived in the apartment building.
Gosh, I've never seen you like this. Who are you, and what have you done with my best friend?
Kyra gritted her teeth.
Are you really going to play the best friend card after what you did to me last night?
Grabbing a styrofoam cup, Allegra busied herself pouring out her coffee.
What are you talking about?
Kyra glared at her back as she avoided making eye contact.
You humiliated me in front of Mr. Bianchi last night. Not to mention, you totally sidetracked the purpose of that dinner. What happened to helping me convince Mr. Bianchi not to go ahead with his renovation project? What happened to voicing your concerns? The only concern you addressed last night was trying to get into a rich man's bed.
She snapped her mouth shut when her last words slipped out. Did I say that out loud? Allegra's mouth fell open.
I'm just going to go ahead and assume that you're crabby, either because you're tired or you need to get laid. So, I'm just going to let your completely out-of-line comment slide. And how the hell did I embarrass you?
Fuming, Kyra set her still empty cup down and glanced around the lounge, ensuring they were alone.
How could you tell a stranger that I'm boring? I may not have many friends, but I'm sure true friends aren't supposed to put each other down.
With light laughter, Allegra waved a hand.
Oh, come on, Kyra. I was kidding. Look, I'm sorry if you felt like I was putting you down. I meant no harm, sweetie, honestly. Okay, maybe I got a bit nervous. You know how chatty I get when I'm nervous.
Since when do you get nervous around men? Around anyone?
Since I met Ricardo Bianchi. Okay?
She sighed.
I really like him, Kyra. I might have said some things I didn't mean. One look at the man and a woman turns to mush. Isn't he sexy?
Biting the inside of her cheeks, Kyra mumbled.
Yeah, he's all right.
And the biggest liar award goes to me. Of course, she found the Italian sexy. He was more than sexy, if that were possible. She was embarrassed to tell Allegra that she liked him, especially after hearing the other woman gush about him. Allegra snorted.
Clearly, you're half blind.
She moved closer.
Guess what? When he dropped me home last night, he kissed me.
She let out an excited shriek that made Kyra wince. Kyra's heart plummeted to her feet and her face collapsed.
He did? Oh.
Quickly composing herself, she continued.
Wow, that's great.
Isn't it? I hope we go out again soon. Keep your fingers crossed for me.
Allegra grinned.
Enough of that and on to more important matters. You and I are good, right?
Yeah, sure.
Kyra murmured absently. She could barely register what Allegra said after dropping the bomb that Ricardo kissed her. She didn't even remember that she was also supposed to attack her friend about the way she had diverted Kyra and Ricardo's business dinner. Her mind was stuck on one thing at the moment. Her chance with Ricardo had officially gone down the toilet. Any man Allegra wanted, she got, and it seemed Ricardo was equally interested in her. Kyra figured she might as well throw in the towel and take her mind off of Ricardo Bianchi. The only dealings she would have with him would be business because she was far from done fighting his project. Now that she was a little pissed that he and Allegra had something going on, she had even more fire for the battle. Steeling her mind and her heart against her feelings for Ricardo, she decided to focus on her job, helping the Griggs and many others. With a nod, she repeated,
"We're good, Allegra. I'll catch you later."
She poured her coffee and waltzed out of the lounge. Chapter 6. Kyra exited the Griggs apartment and strolled down the narrow hallway. Her eyes were downcast, studying the stained tiles, her mind miles away. "What else can I do?" she questioned silently. She had spent days attempting to call Ricardo's office to no avail. She had left countless messages and not a word from him. There was a pang of hurt that slithered its way, and each day she didn't get a call back, but she ignored it. It was ridiculous of her to feel the way she did. It wasn't like there was any love lost between she and Ricardo. He certainly wasn't obligated to respond to her, but out of professional courtesy, she thought he would have. He had, after all, gone out of his way to hear her concerns. The memory of him in her apartment pushed its way to the front of her mind. As usual, the recollection of his scent and the feel of his lips on her skin permeated her mind. With a sigh, she forced the memory away. Confusion replaced the memory. Why had he shown interest in her if he had his eyes on Allegra? And why had he arranged a dinner and come all the way to her apartment to listen to her only to turn around and ignore her calls? Those were questions that would never be answered. Or perhaps they could be, if she showed up at his office. Her shy nature cringed at the thought of barging into his office uninvited, while the brave woman that was buried deep demanded she do just that, to get answers as well as continue her campaign to help the Griggs. Kyra reached her car, her mind still working overtime. She paced the sidewalk, murmuring to herself,
"What should I do?"
When she realized that she was receiving strange looks, heat crawled up her neck, spreading to her face. Kyra quickly unlocked her car door. Sliding in, she murmured,
"Way to let everyone think you're off your rockers, Kyra."
Dropping her head in her hands, she let out a breath.
"I'm doing it."
For once she was going to take a stand for herself. She always stood up for others but never for herself. She wanted answers, and she was going to confront Ricardo. The address of his office was ingrained in her mind since the evening Deborah Griggs handed her the letter. Before she could talk herself out of going to his office, she drove off. By the time she reached Ricardo's office, however, most of her courage had dissipated. As she sat, parked in the almost empty lot, she wondered if she had taken temporary leave of her senses.
No, I didn't. I said I was going to confront him, and I'm going to."
She had to say the words out loud to regain her boldness.
"I just hope he's here,"
she whispered, taking in the few vehicles in the parking lot. She got out of her car and walked toward the building. There was a sleek black car with tinted windows parked close to the building. It looked expensive enough to belong to a billionaire. It must be Ricardo's. Kyra was told by the receptionist in the lobby that Ricardo's office was on the 6th floor. During the elevator ride up, she rehearsed what she would say when she saw him, but when the ding of the lift indicated her arrival, every harsh word she had planned to throw his way disappeared, and all of a sudden she felt ridiculous. Perhaps showing up at his office without calling wasn't the best idea. But she had come thus far, and there was no point in turning around and running through the door. She pushed open the double-glass doors, hoping she was heading into the right office. When she spotted Ricardo's name on a door to her right, she let out a breath. She was greeted by a young blonde woman behind a desk, who looked rather frazzled and stressed. The woman reflected how Kyra felt at the moment.
Hello. Welcome to Bianchi Developments. How may I help you?
Kyra forced out a smile for the woman's benefit.
Hi, I'm here to see Ricardo Bianchi.
Do you have an appointment?
The woman began nibbling her lower lip while she searched frantically for God knew what.
Oh, no. Don't tell me I screwed up another appointment.
Kyra cleared her throat lightly.
You didn't. I don't have an appointment.
Clear blue eyes filled with relief lifted to hers.
Oh, thank God. I mean, in that case, please give me a minute to find out if Mr. Bianchi is free. Who should I say is here, ma'am?
Kyra.
Both the secretary and Kyra let out gasps as their gazes swung in the direction of the voice. Kyra's mouth suddenly went dry and she couldn't find her voice. Seeing Ricardo for the first time after he visited her apartment was like a punch to her gut, driving out the air from her lungs. She thought the attraction and ludicrous reactions at the mere sight of him would have abated by now, but it seemed it had heightened.
Mr. Bianchi, I'm sorry I was just about to.
It's all right, Marissa.
Ricardo said to his secretary, who Kyra couldn't help noticing was staring at him with stars in her eyes. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes when the woman turned a slight shade of pink. Yup, he has that effect on most women it seems, Kyra thought. She sucked in a breath.
Mr. Bianchi, I hope you don't mind that I stopped by without calling.
Not at all.
He seemed surprised but happy to see her, which confused the hell out of Kyra. Why would he be happy to see her? He must have figured that she was there to give him more grief about his project.
Please, step into my office.
He stepped aside and motioned to his open door. With a gulp, Kyra gave Marissa a small smile and proceeded forward. When she passed Ricardo, she caught a whiff of his familiar scent and had to grip her handbag tighter to keep from closing her eyes and taking a long deep breath. That scent had been ingrained in her mind for days. He closed the door and turned the lock, making Kyra shift nervously from one foot to the other. He didn't say anything, merely stared at her.
Hi.
She said lamely. It was hard getting her words out, let alone remembering why she was even there with smoldering gray eyes pinning her in place. She swallowed her anxiety.
How have you been?
Ricardo walked toward her and stopped a few inches away.
Not bad. It's a pleasure to see you again, Kyra.
It's good to see you too.
Despite her dropping by out of anger, it really was a pleasure seeing him again. Seeing him even dampened her anger somewhat.
Thanks for seeing me without an appointment. I'm sure you're a busy man.
His mouth curved upward.
Never too busy for you, Kyra.
He brushed past her and perched on the edge of his desk, arms folded and looking as imposing as ever. He nodded to a leather sofa.
Have a seat.
No thank you. I won't be long.
I assume you're here to try and talk me out of my development project again.
Kyra averted her gaze.
Well, yes, but that's not the only reason why I'm here.
Ricardo cocked a brow, waiting on her expectantly. Kyra stifled a groan, wishing the bravado she's had early would return.
You haven't called.
There she said it.
I beg your pardon?
Embarrassed, Kyra stammered.
I mean. After you left my place last week, I never heard from you.
I didn't think you wanted to hear from me, Kyra. And I don't have your phone number.
She snorted.
You mean to tell me you got my address, but not my phone number?
Ricardo grinned.
You got me. I didn't think you wanted to hear from me. You were quite upset the last time I saw you. You said there was nothing for us to talk about. I figured calling you so soon wouldn't be a good idea, but I would have called eventually.
Kyra gaped at him. So he was still interested? Wait, he was interested in Allegra. Remembering that she wanted answers about that as well, she blurted out.
What's going with you and Allegra?
Who?
For a second he seemed confused.
Oh, the young woman who invited herself to dinner with us.
Yeah.
He shrugged.
There's nothing going on with me and her. I haven't seen her since last week.
Kyra frowned.
Oh, I thought. Well, you seemed into her and you did kiss her. I just assumed.
She stopped when Ricardo let out a chuckle.
Did she tell you that I kissed her? Mio Dio. I practically had to pry the woman off of me after she jumped me. Let me tell you, Kyra, I have no interest in her. The woman I am interested in thinks I'm a heartless monster.
Her mouth opened and closed several times, but no words emerged. Was she hearing him correctly? He wanted her and not Allegra?
I don't.
She whispered.
You don't what, Kyra?
He asked softly.
I don't think you're a heartless monster. I said those things out of anger.
But I'm going ahead with my project.
She shrugged.
I was hoping that after a week to think about things you would have a change of heart.
He grunted.
I've done nothing but think about it and you.
Oh.
Her eyes were widened as she studied him. Why did he have to look so good? It was hard for her to focus on much while she greedily took him in. She found herself taking a slow step toward him and had to stop herself.
With all the thinking you've done, have you changed your mind about anything?
He straightened and covered the distance between them.
As a matter of fact, I have about one thing. I think I might be able to change a few things regarding the renovations, but I have to discuss things with my partners. As for you, I still want you. I haven't changed my mind about that. I can't seem to make myself stop thinking about you.
Dumbfounded, Kyra gawked at him. What did she say to that? Now was the time she wished she wasn't shy and awkward when it came to men. She should have a smooth, sophisticated comeback, but she had nothing. He laughed.
I don't know why you look so surprised. I already made my interest in you clear. The question is, how do you feel about me, Kyra?
His proximity was wreaking havoc on her mind and body. She licked her dry lips and couldn't help noticing how his heated gaze followed the movement of her tongue. Oh, God.
I like you, Ricardo. I don't know why, to be honest. You're the enemy.
Hurt flashed in his eyes, but he covered it quickly with amusement.
I'm not your enemy. It is you who chose to turn me into a villain.
Well, you.
He swallowed her gasp as his mouth settled over hers.
Oh no. It's about to get hot.
But we can't put this on YouTube as they don't allow it.
I'm sorry.
But check the description of this video to join the Romance Audiobook Insiders for free and get details on how you can get the steamy scenes in future.
Okay, back to the story.
While he straightened his clothes, Kyra took the time to study him. He really was a beautiful human. And, man, did he know how to kiss and touch a woman. He was older, so of course, he was more experienced than she was. The 2 times she'd ever been intimate couldn't hold a torch to the few minutes she just had with Ricardo. And they hadn't even gone that far. A few minutes in his presence and she'd lost all sane thought. She'd even forgotten why she came to his office in the first place. She was supposed to be angry with him and she was supposed to be advocating for the Griggs and everyone else who shared the apartment building. Shit! Disgust and disappointment at herself shot through her. It was like every time she was around Ricardo, she forgot who she was and what her purpose was. He was so overwhelmingly attractive to her and the effect he had on her was like none she'd ever experienced before. Ricardo appeared in front of her.
I'm going to the bathroom to finish straightening up. It's one of my brothers out there. He can wait.
He bent to kiss her forehead and warmth spread through her. She fought the urge to lift her head so he could kiss her on the mouth.
Wait for me.
She nodded and watched him disappear into the bathroom. Letting out a breath, she swept her handbag off the floor. She needed to escape his presence, to regroup. As she scurried to the door, it registered what Ricardo said. He had brothers. Could the world really manage more than one Bianchi? Kyra flung the door open and almost collided with someone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She looked up into curious hazel eyes. It had to be Ricardo's brother. She saw the resemblance, but the two were as different as night and day. Where Ricardo was darker in looks and more rugged, his brother was fairer. He had a head of wild curly blonde hair and was paler than his brother. He gave her an appreciative once-over.
No need to apologize. I love running into beautiful women.
He drawled. He looked from her into Ricardo's office and back at her. Before he could make any inquiries, Kyra skirted around him and marched to the door.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 7. Ricardo stepped out of the bathroom with a broad smile.
Did you want me to hold on to this?
His smile fell and he quickly shoved Kyra's underwear back into his pocket.
Alfio, what the hell are you doing in here? Where's
the hot piece of ass that literally sprinted out of here?
Ricardo's jaws clenched. She ran? Denazione. Damn. The woman was always slipping through his fingers. Hurt laced through him. Why would she leave without a word?
Call her a piece of ass one more time and I will hurt you, little brother.
Alfio held up both hands.
Whoa, defensive much. Sorry, man. Who is she anyway?
Kyra Fisher.
That name sounds familiar.
She's the social worker who's...
You have got to be kidding me. What was she doing here? Was she giving you a hard time about our business because I can shut her up?
In a flash, Ricardo had his brother by the collar. Rage swirled inside of him.
Are you threatening her, Alfio?
Alarm flashed in Alfio's eyes. He'd never seen his brother react so strongly to anything.
I didn't mean.
If you're thinking of trying anything, think again. I will forget that we are family and break your fucking neck, Alfio.
Alfio pushed Ricardo away from him.
Jesus! What has gotten into you? I wasn't planning on harming the woman. I simply meant that I could talk to her.
Ricardo shoved a hand through his hair and took several deep breaths.
I'm sorry. I lost my temper.
Alfio was eyeing him as if he suddenly sprouted another head. He had every right to look at him strangely. Ricardo prided himself on remaining cool and level-headed. He didn't know what had just possessed him. Perhaps it was frustration and his confusion regarding Kyra that had him so wound up. What had the woman done to him? And how dare she leave after they'd almost fuck? It just dawned on him that he'd nearly ravished her on his desk and they barely knew each other. He'd probably scared her away for Christ's sake. There was no mistaking the shyness or the innocence that she exuded. He should have known better, exercised more self-control. He would have to find some way to make things right.
Why are you here, Alfio?
His brother eyed him suspiciously.
You're not going to pounce on me again, are you?
Rolling his eyes, Ricardo shook his head.
If you refrain from sprouting foolishness, I won't.
I'm here to discuss business, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Ricardo gave a nod and walked around his desk to sit.
Let's hear it.
Mario and I managed to speed things up.
What are you talking about?
With glee shining in his eyes, Alfio said.
Well, we threw your name around a bit and got the necessary people to agree to cutting out the waiting time down. Instead of giving the residents of the tower block downtown 3 weeks, they have to evaluate a week earlier. We can start demolition as soon as they're out.
Damn it. Why would you do something like that? And without my permission. Call whoever you spoke to and change it. Now.
Confusion flickered across Alfio's face.
Wait. What? I thought.
3 weeks, Alfio. That was the agreement. We can at least give those people that small courtesy.
Since when are you concerned about those people? Look, we gave them notice. That place is falling apart. The damn building is barely inhabitable, anyway. We're doing them a favor by running them out.
Ricardo had a flash of the disdain that would be on Kyra's face when she looked at him. He couldn't have her hate him. She cared about those people, and he found that he didn't want to disappoint her any more than he already had.
I'm concerned about those residents since I realized that they are being treated unfairly.
It had taken Kyra to help him see that.
3 weeks to relocate is near impossible for most of them. Sure, the building isn't in good condition, but they should have gotten more time.
Kyra's words rang in his ears.
We're disrupting people's lives. The least we could have done was give them more time. So, call whoever you spoke to and tell them that we're not making any moves until the initial agreed date.
He had a different plan, but he wouldn't tell Alfio until it was solidified. Alfio's mouth hung open as he stared at his brother with outrage.
She got to you, didn't she? That social worker fed you a bunch of sob stories and got to you.
It's called having a damn conscience, Alfio. Perhaps you should try it. And I remember that I grew up in similar condition to those people. If you don't make that call, I'm out. I mean it.
Unbelievable.
Alfio muttered, fishing his cell phone from his pocket.
I thought you would be thrilled. I mean, the sooner we get shit done, the sooner we start profiting.
It's not always about money.
Easy for you to say. You're already rich.
Alfio.
Ricardo growled in warning.
All right. I'll make the damn call.
Alfio rose and stormed out of the office. Letting out a tired sigh, Ricardo leaned back in his chair. Since the night he'd visited Kyra and she'd let him have it, he'd been ridden with guilt. She was right in thinking he was no good. What had he been thinking, giving so many people 3 weeks to leave their homes? He glanced at his watch. It was later than he'd realized. Getting up, he found his secretary squinting at her computer screen.
Marissa.
She jumped.
Mr. Bianchi, I didn't hear your door open.
She looked ready to jump out of her skin, which annoyed Ricardo. He wanted a capable assistant, not a silly girl who scared easily and batted her eyelashes every time he spoke.
I'm sorry I startled you. You should go home. It's getting late.
Oh, I'm not finished updating your schedule and I have.
It's okay, go home. I'm on my way out.
Her face fell. She no doubt wanted a repeat of the night last week when he had her stay late and offered to take her home. She had gazed at him like a lovesick kitten the entire drive.
Sure, sir.
Have a good night, Marissa.
He wheeled around and went back into his office. He didn't catch the longing look she wore as he walked away. He had one thing on his mind at the moment. Or one person rather. Kyra. He had to see her, to apologize for behaving like a horny teenager. Nearly 2 hours later, after making a few calls and reviewing a stack of paperwork, he decided that he had given Kyra enough time. Ricardo left the office and strolled to the parking lot where his driver was waiting. Sliding into the car, he reminded Anthony of Kyra's address. He had no idea if she was home or not. He glanced at his phone, tempted to call her. But if she was upset with him, she would probably ignore his call. It was best to surprise her. 30 minutes later, he was disappointed to find out that she wasn't home. Determined to see her, he decided to wait. Nearly 15 minutes later and plenty of suspicious looks from some of the residents, he heard soft, melodious humming. He was leaned against Kyra's door with his hands in his pockets. It was Kyra, stepping out of the elevator. She held a bag of groceries in one hand while she dug into her handbag with the other. She had earphones in her ears and was bopping and humming to whatever music she was listening to. She was dressed in yoga pants and a tight tank top, and her hair was caught in a messy bun. Even in workout gear, she looked incredible. She swiveled her hips and did a twirl just as she pulled her key from her bag. Ricardo smiled, his gaze zeroing in on the delicious curve of her hips. When she finally looked up, she froze and let out a shriek. He moved swiftly, catching her grocery bag before it hit the floor.
Holy shit. Ricardo.
She clutched her chest and groaned.
Please, tell me you didn't see me attempting to dance.
Ricardo swallowed a smile.
I did. I must say you have great moves.
Oh, God.
She groaned.
Kill me now.
He couldn't help chuckling.
There's no need for embarrassment.
Why are you here?
She asked, holding her hand out for her bag.
Let me carry it in for you.
He said.
You left. Why?
With a huff, she brushed past him to open her door. Ricardo followed her inside, to her kitchen and set the bag down on the counter.
Thank you. And what happened today shouldn't have happened.
So instead of staying and discussing it like an adult, you ran?
Her eyes narrowed.
Are you implying that I'm childish?
No. I'm saying that your action today was childish.
Kyra delivered a withering glare and he sighed.
Look, Kyra. I apologize for pouncing on you like some hormonal teenager. If my behavior offended you, I'm sorry. You deserve better than being fondled on my office desk.
Kyra's eyes widened slightly and then she covered her face with her hands.
Wow, so we're doing this. Okay.
Looking up, she met his gaze and all Ricardo wanted to do was reach out and touch her. Get a grip, man, he silently berated himself.
I didn't have any complaints about being fondled on your desk, as you put it, and I don't have any now. As I recall, I rather enjoyed it. So there's no need for your apology.
She folded her arms across her middle and averted her gaze. Feeling relief course through his veins, Ricardo shrugged.
So why did you leave?
It's not important. Let's just forget about what happened.
He let out a mirthless laugh.
I doubt I can just forget kissing and touching you. I dream about it every night for Christ's sake. And don't tell me you can just forget.
Shuffling from one foot to the other, Kyra shook her head.
Do we really have to remain on this subject? It's very uncomfortable.
Too bad. I won't tolerate you slipping away from me every time. I want you and I'm almost positive you want me too. Why do you keep running?
You know why.
What, because of my renovation project? I don't think it's that simple, Kyra.
For a moment her face shuddered. It was the first time since meeting her that he couldn't read her. Fearing that she wouldn't respond, he gave her an imploring look.
Kyra, please just tell me if I'm wasting my time or not. If you look me in the eyes and tell me to leave you alone now, I will.
Releasing those words into the atmosphere left a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. It wouldn't be so easy to walk away from her. He waited a bit, worried about what her response would be. She sighed.
You're not wasting your time. I'm very much attracted to you, Ricardo. You just scare the crap out of me. Okay? There, I said it.
He frowned.
I knew I frightened you off today.
It isn't about what happened in your office.
She fell silent and began nibbling her lower lip. He stepped forward and gripped her chin.
Don't do that, Kyra. It makes me want to kiss you.
Her eyes widened a fraction and she pulled away from him. Ricardo dropped his hand, feeling a tinge of hurt. But his hope elevated when she murmured.
I want you to kiss me. That's what scares me.
I don't understand.
I feel this strong attraction to you and I sort of hate myself for it. I mean, liking you goes against everything that I believe in, against everything I've dedicated myself to fight for. I can't get you out of my head either, and that scares me. When I'm around you, I feel like I lose myself. I don't act like me.
Ricardo stared at her for a long while, not sure how to respond. He'd been married for 10 years, widowed and single for 2, so he didn't quite remember how the dating game went. Perhaps he was moving too fast with Kyra.
Jesus, Kyra. Why are you making things so complicated? I like you and you like me. It's pretty damn simple.
No, it's not.
He inhaled deeply, struggling to hide his frustration.
Fine. Tell you what, we are gonna have dinner and discuss everything. Why don't you get dressed and I'll take you somewhere nice?
She huffed and threw her hands up.
Don't tell me what we are going to do. How about you ask me if I want to have dinner with you? And that is precisely what I'm talking about. It's not me to dress up and go to some fancy restaurant. I spend my nights here, alone, reading books and eating takeout. Okay? That's me. I don't fit into your world.
Ricardo was taken aback but maintained his composure. It dawned on him that getting anywhere with Kyra required patience. He just got a bit of insight as to what was going on in her head.
Okay. Will you have dinner here with me? We can order whatever you like.
She sent him an annoyed look.
My, you sure are persistent.
I'm tenacious when it comes to what I want.
When she hesitated, he said coaxingly.
Come on, cara mia, it's only dinner. Right here in your apartment.
Her lips lifted into a small smile.
I can't resist when you speak Italian.
Ah, so that's what it takes.
He said with a smirk.
Huh. Can I take a shower while you order some Chinese? Chinese is my favorite.
Anything you want, Cara. I do hope Italian will be your favorite soon.
His suggestive tone made her blush.
You're a hopeless flirt, Ricardo.
She picked up a menu from the counter and handed it to him.
Do you like New York?
Ricardo's gaze settled on Kyra. She was curled up on one of the couch, eating from a carton. The entire scene was new to him. He was used to expensive restaurants and glitz and glamour. Well, that was what he had gotten accustomed to because it was what his wife had preferred. He's never enjoyed it. This, with Kyra, was simple, comfortable. He liked it.
I do, and I'm getting to like it even more now.
He kept his eyes on her and smiled when she pursed her lips and looked away. He found her shyness utterly adorable.
You know, I'm not accustomed to this.
What?
Having takeout and relaxing in a living room.
He studied her for a few moments, wondering if he should go further. Perhaps now was a good time as any to share more about himself.
My wife loved to dress up and go to the most expensive places. I always humored her.
Her head snapped up and her gaze landed on his left hand.
Your wife.
She passed away.
He quickly replied.
Oh. I'm so sorry.
Ricardo smiled sadly.
I wasn't happy and neither was she. We were separated when she died.
Was she ill?
Kyra shook her head.
I'm sorry. You don't have to answer that if you don't wish. I didn't mean to pry.
No, she died in a fire. Our house burned down. Though we were separated, neither of us moved out. I suppose we were both attached to the place. I was planning to give her the house and move out soon, though. After the fire, I found out that she wasn't alone in the house. She had company. A man. A smoker. A lit cigarette was the cause of the fire. I took her death hard not because I miss her but because I regret that we weren't in a good place when she died. We did love each other deeply once. I never got the chance to tell her that I forgave her for everything and I never got to ask forgiveness for anything I may have done. After everything, I still cared about her. We had a huge fight the day I left and when I returned home 2 days later, she was gone, my home was gone. I took her death very hard for a while.
She stared at him for a long while and the compassion was evident in her eyes. It became clear that one of the reasons he was so drawn to her was her caring nature. She seemed to genuinely care about others. He didn't see much of that in his world. Everyone around him wanted what he had to offer. Kyra listened and seemed to genuinely care.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Ricardo.
She stood up.
You know what this calls for? Something stronger than juice. I'm going to get the wine.
He grinned.
Careful. You might get drunk. And I'm in your apartment, so who are you going to drunk dial after?
She hung her head.
I guess you'll never let me live that down.
Oh, I'm planning to have fun with it for a while.
She giggled on her way to the kitchen. The soft sound filled the apartment, making him smile. It occurred to him that he hadn't smiled much over the years, but Kyra had pulled so many smiles out of him in just a matter of a few days. Perhaps he was getting in too deep with her too quickly, but he didn't give a damn. She returned with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses.
I just remembered that you're driving.
It's fine. I have a driver.
She cocked a brow.
Of course, you do.
He shrugged.
I don't know my way around New York. Having a driver is convenient.
Setting down the glasses, she filled each of them halfway. When she realized that he was watching, she pursed her lips.
What?
I enjoy looking at you, that's all.
Well, it's a bit disconcerting. I hate attention.
He scooted forward on the couch and grabbed her wrist, pulling her onto his lap. She gasped.
Ricardo, let me up.
Not until you tell me what you're afraid of. You mentioned that I scare you. What? Do I look like a troll?
She snorted.
Oh, trust me, you don't. You're very good looking.
Her eyes widened when she realized what she had just blurted out. Ricardo grinned and reached for her glass, handing it to her. He took a sip from his own.
Now that we've established that it's not my looks that frighten you, tell me what really does.
She groaned.
Do we have to talk about it now? I'm not accustomed to discussing my feelings.
Neither am I, and I shared something about me with you that I have never told anyone else. It's only fair that you do the same.
I would feel better not expressing myself while sitting on your lap.
Ricardo swallowed a smile.
Tough. I like having you on my lap. You're staying.
She rolled her eyes.
Let me start by saying your domineering ways doesn't help your case much where I'm concerned.
She said primly. He smirked at the annoyance on her face.
Thank you for your honesty.
You're very welcome.
Has anyone ever told you how sexy you are when you're annoyed?
Ricardo, you're not making it any easier to talk to you.
I'm sorry, Bellissima. Please continue.
Chapter 8. Kyra took a long drink from her glass, needing the liquid courage. There he went with the Italian endearment. Hell if she knew what it meant, but hearing it made her lower half quiver. Ricardo lifted her hand to plant a kiss on the back of it. Ugh. Why did he have to be so charming? And perfect? She could deny him nothing at that point. Kyra drained the content of her glass and let out a breath.
You scare me because I can't seem to control myself around you. As I said earlier, I feel like I'm not myself. I'm supposed to be fighting to help my clients keep their home, and every time I'm around you I lose focus of that purpose. I don't do things like merely have sex with a man I barely know.
She paused to let out a long breath and refill her glass, taking several gulps of wine.
I'm not an angry person, and yet you drive me to anger. I'm not jealous, and yet I'm envious, thinking about you with another woman. I don't invite men into my home. Fantasies of having sex has never infiltrated my every thought until I met you.
Kyra looked down to find her glass already empty. She reached for the wine bottle and half-filled her glass.
You're driving me crazy, I tell you. I don't even know myself anymore. Who the hell have I become?
Before she could down the wine in her glass, Ricardo grasped her wrist and took the glass out of her hand.
You've had enough.
Don't try to control me, damn it.
Angry, but having no real idea why, she moved to get up, to put distance between them. She was much too aware of his toned thighs beneath her ass. His arms clamped around her waist, stopping her escape.
You haven't lost yourself, Kyra. That feisty, passionate woman that you've become has been hidden beneath a quiet exterior all this time. I just happen to be the one to bring all of that out of you because you want me as much as I want you. You've just been trying too hard to fight it and it makes you miserable.
He maneuvered them so that she was facing him, straddling his thighs.
Stop fighting it and let whatever needs to happen between us happen.
But,
I'm going to make love to you, Kyra, because claiming you in every way has consumed my mind since the day I met you.
Her breath hitched as pleasure, brought on by his words, flooded her. To be wanted like that by such a man was an exhilarating feeling. She searched his eyes for the slightest sign of insincerity, but all she saw in his molten depths was raw desire.
okay.
She could fight it no longer. She wanted him to make her his. She longed to belong to someone, to be needed in such a capacity.
Promise you won't have any regrets.
I won't.
Even if things didn't work out between them, she was sure she wouldn't experience any regrets. He cupped her face and trailed his thumb over her lips.
You have the sexiest, fullest lips I've ever had the pleasure of tasting. Everything about you is sexy, perfect, bellissima.
What does that mean?
She asked.
Beautiful.
Her heart did somersaults.
Oh. Thank you.
He gently pulled her head closer, claiming her mouth. Instantly, her lips parted for him. He teased her mouth with slight pressure.
Can I taste the rest of you, Kyra?
Yes.
With the heavy cloud of lust that had taken over her mind, he could do whatever he wanted. She let out a shriek when he swiftly stood. She clung to him, her legs wrapping around his waist.
I've got you. Bedroom.
Second door on the left.
He strode toward her bedroom with purposeful strides. It was happening. There was no going back. Not that she wanted to. He laid her on the bed and stopped to look around. It was strange having him in her bedroom. She wondered what he thought of her modest space. No doubt he was accustomed to a much higher level of opulence.
I have to say, I find it satisfying that you've allowed me into your bedroom. Have you really never had a man over?
Kyra pursed her lips a bit embarrassed. He must think she was pathetic. Propping herself on her elbows, she looked him the eyes.
Never.
Confirming that caused anxiety to set in. She realized just how inexperienced she was. How was she going to satisfy a man of the world, like Ricardo? He was removing his tie when he noticed the look on her face.
What is? Are you having second thoughts?
Of course not. I've never.
She sighed.
I'm not very experienced.
Hi there. Unfortunately, we've had to take this steamy scene out as it's against YouTube's terms of service.
If you don't want to miss out on love scenes in future stories, check the description and join the Romance Audiobook Insiders for free for more info.
Okay, back to the story.
Kyra stared up at the ceiling, her breathing and heart rate finally normalizing. She knew in that moment that she was in too deep. It was now more than mere attraction to Ricardo. She wanted more with him, from him.
I can literally feel you thinking.
He murmured. She smiled slightly.
I tend to think too much.
He lifted his head to peer down at her.
What's wrong?
Nothing is wrong. I'm wondering what's going to happen now, between us.
What do you want to happen?
He lifted a hand to caress her cheek. Kyra shrugged. She was apprehensive about putting her emotions out there like that.
Don't be afraid to speak your mind with me, Kyra.
Ricardo finally pulled out of her, leaving her feeling bereft. He laid beside her.
Tell me.
She swallowed.
I just want more. You know, more time with you, more of you.
She averted her gaze.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that I would like to give a relationship between us a try. Oh, hell, I don't know. I'm not good at this sort of thing.
Kyra shook her head and attempted to cover her face. Ricardo caught her hand.
I get what you're saying. I want the same thing.
She let out a breath, meeting his gaze.
Okay, I'm glad we had that talk.
Laughter rumbled in Ricardo's chest.
So am I.
He paused.
So you would be willing to be with me despite what I'm doing with my renovation project?
Right. That. Kyra sat up and pushed her hair out of her face.
I've thoroughly considered that, believe me. I even tried to hate you, but I can't. I can't stop wanting you.
Satisfaction lit up his face.
You've just made me a happy man, Kyra. I have something to tell you, but let's get cleaned up first.
He took her hand and led her toward the bathroom.
We're going into the bathroom together?
Of course.
Oh no. Another love scene had to be taken out due to YouTube's policies.
If you haven't already, join the Romance Audiobook Insiders for free to learn how to get love scenes in future.
Link to join is in the description. Pause this and do that.
It's okay, we'll wait.
Signed up for free?
Good, now back to the story.
It would be a sweet reminder of the night they'd shared the next day and maybe a few more days after.
It's okay. I've discovered tonight that I like it rough sometimes.
His nostrils flared and his eyes darkened.
Careful, Bellissima. When you say things like that, I get aroused.
He pressed against her and she gasped.
Relax. I'll let you rest.
She lay her head back on his chest.
Does this mean you're spending the night?
Yes. Do you mind?
Not at all. What about your driver?
I've already sent him a text.
Her eyelids drooped.
What did you have to tell me?
Oh, right. It's about the renovation project. Nothing is final yet, but I'm planning to. Kyra?
She had gone lax against him and her deep, steady breathing filled the room. Ricardo glanced down to see her eyes closed. Hours later, Kyra stirred. Her eyes fluttered open and the first thing she did was look at the right side of the bed. Her heart fell. He was gone. Blinking, she sat up, feeling disappointed. When did he leave? She hadn't heard a thing. She wasn't usually a deep sleeper, but after the way her body had been used last night, she'd been drained. Memories of Ricardo looming over her in bed, kissing his way down her body in the shower, entering her from behind, making her scream his name over and over filled her mind. The memories alone aroused her. She looked at the clock on her bedside table. 6:15. A piece of paper below the clock caught her attention. She reached for it. Good morning, Bellissima. You looked so peaceful. Didn't want to wake you. I'm picking you up for dinner later. I won't take no for an answer. We'll talk. Kyra grinned like a fool until her face was tired. She folded the paper and held it against her chest. She was acting like a love-struck teenager, but she didn't care. Her heart was already gone where Ricardo was concerned. She scooted out of bed with a content sigh. Still feeling the evidence of their lovemaking, she smiled again. Already, she anticipated seeing him again.
Hey there. Did you know that we've other hot romances like this that we want to release? But we need your help. Subscribing shows us that you're part of our journey and allows us to make more of these stories at a higher quality. So please, my queen, subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel now. Thanks. Now back to your story.
Chapter 9.
Hold it right there, stranger.
Kyra froze. Damn. Allegra's voice was not a welcoming sound, considering she'd gone out of her way to avoid her. Plastering on a smile, she turned.
Hi, Allegra.
Allegra gave a suspicious once-over.
You look different. You're practically glowing.
Thanks.
Kyra murmured.
I'm in a bit of a rush. I'll see you later.
Not so fast. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're trying to avoid me.
Letting out a nervous laugh, Kyra shifted from one foot the other. You got me.
That's ridiculous. Why would you say that?
I've only been catching glimpses of you for days now. You're always on the move. It's okay. I know it's because you're busy. You're always busy.
Kyra gazed down at the floor guiltily.
Yeah, I have a lot going on.
She had been rather busy trying to figure out how to help the Griggs while keeping her work life separate from her romantic life. She was trying to remain neutral, but at the end of the day, it was her boyfriend who was driving Chelsea, Deborah, and many others out of their homes. Boyfriend? Was that what he was? She'd have to ask him exactly what they were to each other when he got back to New York. They'd had 2 blissful weeks together until he'd had to leave on business. God, she missed him. He'd been gone for only 3 days and she was pining for his return.
I miss you, girl.
Kyra's eyes flew to Allegra's in an attempt to gauge if she was being genuine.
You do?
A warm feeling settled in the pit of her stomach. It was a rarity witnessing Allegra being sentimental. In truth, she missed her friend too. The way she had sidetracked Kyra and Ricardo's dinner meeting and tried to sink her hooks into Ricardo had been forgotten.
Of course. You're my bestie. Do you realize that we haven't had our morning chats by the coffee machine or our afternoon chats at your desk for a while now?
She lowered her voice.
And we haven't gossiped about all the juicy stories and rumors flying around here.
It's only been a few days, but sure, I've noticed.
Allegra laughed.
And you're the one who always gossip. I just listen.
Which makes you just as bad as I am.
Allegra sighed.
Are you still upset about that dinner incident?
Kyra's brows lifted.
Of course not. That was a minor thing.
She'd been avoiding Allegra because she knew she had her eyes on Ricardo. But Ricardo was hers now. The temptation to tell Allegra just that arose. The words were right on her tongue. She wanted to claim her man, let Allegra know to keep her hands and eyes off of him. Although, she hadn't heard Allegra say a peep about Ricardo. Maybe she had moved on.
Good. So how have you been?
Great.
I can see that. You've gotten laid, haven't you?
Allegra.
Kyra glanced around to make sure none of their coworkers were walking down the hall.
What? I told you, you're glowing. It's either sex or you're pregnant.
I'm not pregnant.
So you've recently had some great sex, by the looks of you.
Allegra squealed.
Finally. You got some. I'm so proud. We have to go out tonight and celebrate.
Kyra rolled her eyes. Did her having sex really call for a celebration?
I can't. I have to meet up with a few of my families this evening.
The Griggs was one of the families she was dreading seeing. She was going to have to tell them that they would have to move. She had been helping with the search for places to rent. They didn't have much time left. Guilt swamped her. I'm sleeping with the man responsible for kicking them out of their home. Somehow, her guilt did nothing to take away from how she felt about Ricardo.
Tomorrow night it is then.
Allegra stated.
Don't even try saying no. You don't work on Saturdays.
Allegra, I can't.
She stopped. Perhaps it would be the perfect time to tell her about she and Ricardo.
You know what? Let's do it. Let's hit whatever bar or club you want to tomorrow.
Awesome. Whoever this man is, I'll have to thank him for making you more fun, girl.
Kyra pursed her lips.
I have to go. See you.
She couldn't get away fast enough. Hopefully, Allegra hadn't caught on to how jumpy she was. Kyra was aware that she didn't have to inform Allegra or anyone else about her relationship with Ricardo. But being that they were such good friends, and Allegra had shown interest in him, she felt she needed to say something. She wondered how Allegra would react when she told her that the man she was after had shared Kyra's bed several times as she had shared his. The several dinner dates they'd had over the past few days had always ended with them returning to his place where they often didn't make it to the bedroom. There wasn't a room or surface in Ricardo's penthouse where they hadn't made love. Her mouth curved into a grin at the recollection, but she quickly pulled herself from the lovely reverie, her mind going back to Allegra.
Well, at least she won't be able to kill me in public.
Kyra murmured. The club vibrated with the bass from the deafening music. Bodies gyrated on the dance floor. Kyra felt uncomfortable. After only 45 minutes, she was ready to leave. She should be home, in bed, resting for Ricardo's return. Her stomach fluttered at the thought of him. He had an insatiable sexual appetite and would no doubt carry out every carnal action imagined on her. She couldn't wait.
What are you grinning about?
Huh?
Her eyes shifted to Allegra sitting on the stool beside her.
Nothing. Just thinking about how long it's been since I've been clubbing.
Aren't you glad you came?
Allegra shouted over the music.
Yeah. Sure.
Not really.
So, are you going to tell me about your new boyfriend or what?
What makes you think I have a boyfriend?
Because you, my friend, do not do casual sex.
Maybe I've started having casual sex.
Huh. Cut the crap and spill, Kyra.
Kyra shot back the rest of her drink. She might as well come clean.
All right. I am seeing someone.
Allegra grinned.
Yes.
Allegra, it's...
Hold on. This calls for another shot.
She signaled the bartender. Kyra sighed. She didn't want anything else to drink. She was already feeling way too tipsy.
You know what? Hold my drink. I'm going to run to the ladies' room.
Allegra nodded.
Hey, Kyra, you forgot your phone.
Kyra was already too far to hear her over the music. Allegra shrugged and picked the phone up off the counter. She took her shot and rocked to the music. Kyra's phone began vibrating, but Allegra ignored it. It stopped but started again. She frowned, turning the phone over. Whoever was calling must really want to get to Kyra. Her eyes widened when she saw the name flashing across the screen.
Ricardo Bianchi?
Why would he be calling Kyra? She accepted the call and put the phone to her ear.
Ciao, Bellissima.
Ricardo purred.
Do you miss me?
Allegra's mouth fell open.
Kyra? Baby? Can you hear me? What is all that noise? Where are you? Kyra?
Hello? This is Allegra.
Who? Where is Kyra? Is she all right?
There was a hint of alarm in his voice. Rage surged through Allegra. He didn't remember her? And he was calling Kyra's phone, calling her beautiful, calling her baby? She put two and two together. Ricardo Bianchi was Kyra's new man. Jealousy reared its ugly head. Kyra knew she liked Ricardo.
It's Allegra, Kyra's friend. We all had dinner some time ago.
Oh yes. How are you? And where is Kyra?
Great.
Allegra replied through clenched teeth.
Kyra is fine. She ran to the little girl's room. We're at the Diamond in Manhattan. Do you want to join us, Ricardo?
Allegra smirked. If he took one look at her, refreshed his memory, she was sure he would forget about Kyra.
I suppose I could. Anthony, can you take me to the Diamond in Manhattan?
Allegra waited.
Please. Tell Kyra I came back sooner than expected and I will see her in a bit.
She smiled.
Will do, Ricardo.
She hung up the phone with a scowl. How the hell had Kyra and Ricardo happened? When? The billionaire was supposed to be hers, damn it. How did timid Kyra bag Ricardo before she did? It didn't matter. The situation would be remedied soon enough. She quickly deleted the call from Kyra's phone log.
Hey, I'm back.
Kyra took her seat.
Welcome back. Here, you left your phone.
Thanks.
Kyra took a quick look at her phone, disappointed that she didn't see a call or text from Ricardo. He said he would call. She almost sent him a text but decided against it. Maybe he was busy. He was away on business, after all.
Let's dance.
Allegra suggested. Dancing was not Kyra's forte.
I would rather not.
I am not going out there alone. Come on, have a few more shots and relax.
Kyra shrugged.
All right.
What the hell? If taking shots and dancing was enough to distract Kyra from the subject of her romantic life, she would go with it. Maybe if they both got drunk enough, Allegra would take the news of Kyra and Ricardo much better. About 30 minutes later, Kyra could barely stand. After Allegra had coerced her into more shots and about 2 cocktails laced with too much vodka, she was batshit drunk. Bodies bumped into her as she spun around.
Allegra? I don't feel good. I shouldn't have had that last drink. I'm a total lightweight.
She did a 360 searching the crowd for Allegra. Kyra huffed. Allegra had probably found some hot guy she wanted to take home and had ditched her.
Hey, you okay?
She stumbled as she spun around to see a nice-looking man watching her with concern. He was African American, tall with dark brown, almost black, eyes. He was handsome, someone she would probably be attracted to if she wasn't hung up on Ricardo.
I'm fine. I lost my friend.
He chuckled.
Well, that's all right. Give me a dance, and I'll help you find him or her.
The room spun.
I'm a bit tired.
She wobbled on her heels and nearly toppled over.
Whoa, easy, beautiful.
Kyra smiled. Beautiful. Ricardo always called her that in Italian. She preferred the way Ricardo said it. Before her brain caught up to what was happening, she was held against a hard body by strong arms. With a sigh of resignation, she murmured,
Fine, one dance.
She might as well be nice because she just might need the guy's help getting back to her seat. She began to move to the beat, but soon realized that she really couldn't remain standing much longer. The entire room spun and her stomach was in upheaval. Even her heart rate had accelerated and she felt excessively drowsy. At any minute, she would lose the contents of her stomach. Confusion swirled in her mind. Why was she feeling so ill? She'd been drunk before, which was why she stuck to wine now a day. She hated the feeling of being drunk and worse, the hangover. She had never felt like that the few times she'd gotten drunk. Something was wrong. She pushed at the man's chest.
Hey, I really need to sit. I don't feel well.
Relax.
His hand slid down her hips to cup her ass.
Please, just let me go.
She slurred. He ignored her plea and struggles and kept grinding against her. Ricardo entered the crowded club. He'd never felt so out of place in his life. He glanced around with disdain. Did Kyra frequent places like that? She was a young, beautiful woman, so her clubbing wouldn't be all that strange. Though, he hadn't regarded her as the type. Not his sweet, shy Kyra. Where was she? He strolled further into the room, toward the bar. A woman in a figure-hugging pink dress waved at him. Recognition hit. It was Allegra Romano. Ricardo sighed. Hopefully, the woman refrained from throwing herself at him tonight. He approached her cautiously.
Hi, Ricardo. It's so good to see you again.
She screeched over the music. She grabbed him and pulled him down to plant kisses on both of his cheeks. Ricardo gritted his teeth.
Ms. Romano.
He searched the bar area for the one person he wanted to see.
Where is Kyra? Did you give her my message?
She pursed her lips.
I'm afraid she didn't much care to hear your message, Ricardo. She was busy with some guy. I couldn't get her away from him.
Something feral rose in him, which he had to fight to control.
What do you mean?
I guess it's best if I show you.
Allegra pointed to the dance floor where Kyra was grinding against a man. Ricardo's nostrils flared when she spun around and the man's hands moved from her hips to her ass. Her too short and too tight gold dress rode up an inch. With a growl, he stepped toward them. Allegra's hand rested on his arm and he stopped to glance at her.
Maybe you shouldn't cause a scene. Are you too serious? It doesn't look like she's too serious about you.
Ricardo snarled and pulled his arm free. He marched toward Kyra and her dance partner with fury simmering in his blood.
Please, just let me go.
Kyra slurred, pushing against the man's chest. Ricardo's anger mounted as the man continued to grope her. His hand wrapped around Kyra's arm, pulling her away from the stranger's roaming hands.
Hands off.
He growled.
Who the hell are you?
The man asked, outraged.
She's mine.
Ricardo's fierce tone and expression had the man backing away with his palms held up.
Fine, man. Whatever.
Ricardo spun Kyra around to face him. She stumbled and he caught her.
Jesus. Are you drunk?
Ricardo? What are you doing here?
She blinked several times, gazing up at him with glassy eyes. She swayed, lifting a hand to her forehead.
I don't feel good.
Ricardo muttered a curse. Concern for her dissipated his fury.
Let's go.
He held her by the waist, supporting her weight. He had forgotten about Allegra until she blocked his path to the door.
You're leaving with her?
A mixture of confusion and disbelief clouded her features.
Please move, Allegra. Kyra isn't well.
Well, of course she isn't. She's been guzzling alcohol all night. She's blind shit drunk. And she was all over that guy. You should be done with her. A man like you don't need a girl who parties and gets drunk, Ricardo.
His brows elevated.
Thanks for your concern. Now, excuse me.
I don't have a ride home. We took a cab here.
Holding on to his patience by a thread, Ricardo held Kyra with one hand while fetching his wallet with the other. He handed her $100 bill.
Here you are. You can catch another cab home.
She scoffed at the bill in her hand and then sent him an irritated look.
You have got to be kidding me,
she said as he stepped around her.
Ricardo.
Kyra groaned.
I think I'm going to be sick.
We're almost outside.
He pushed through the crowd, finally making it to the door. Outside, he led her to a secluded area between the club and another building. She stumbled away from him and vomited. Ricardo steadied her and held her hair back as she retched violently. When she stopped, he helped her to stand upright. Kyra groaned.
This is so humiliating.
Is that really all you're worried about?
He snapped. She glanced up at him with surprise.
You're angry with me?
Her confusion spiked his anger.
Are you really going to pretend not to know why?
She staggered.
I need to lay down.
With a sigh, he scooped her up and strode back to the street in the direction of his car. Anthony didn't bat an eyelash at the sight of a nearly unconscious Kyra in his arms. He immediately stepped out to open the back door. It was why Ricardo liked him. His driver proved to be professional in any situation.
My place, Anthony. Thank you.
With a nod, Anthony slid into the driver's seat and drove off. Ricardo studied the woman in his arms. Irate as he was, he held on to her, not wanting to put her down. He shoved down the image of her in another man's arms, else he would explode. She rested her head on his shoulder.
Ricardo?
I'm here.
She didn't say anything else and he remained silent as well. By the time they reached his place, she was able to sit up. He helped her out of the car, ready to carry her inside.
I can walk.
She slurred.
You look like you're about to keel over.
Please, I don't want to be embarrassed more than I already have been tonight.
She straightened and blinked as if just realizing where she was.
You didn't bring me home.
No. Why? Is that where you want to go?
He asked brusquely. She shook her head.
All right, let's go inside then. Thank you, Anthony. I won't need you for the rest of the night. Have a good night.
Good night, sir.
Ricardo watched her struggle to take her first step. She faltered and he immediately swept her off her feet, ignoring her protests.
Damn it, Kyra. If I allow you to walk, we'll be out here until morning.
He flew past the doorman and gave a polite nod.
Mr. Cranston.
Mr. Cranston cocked a brow.
Good night, Mr. Bianchi. Is she all right?
The doorman was familiar with Kyra because she was the only woman that had been to his place since he rented the penthouse suite, the only person other than his brothers.
She will be.
Kyra groaned her embarrassment and hid her face between his neck and shoulders.
This is what you get for being irresponsible.
Ricardo murmured as he stepped into the elevator. They reached his penthouse and he placed her on the sofa.
I'm going to get you some water and then we're going to talk.
She sighed and nodded.
Okay.
By the time he walked back into the living room, her head was rested on the arm of the chair and she was fast asleep. Ricardo placed the glass down and studied a sleeping Kyra for a long moment. She looked so peaceful and innocent, with her features relaxed. Wiping a hand over his face, he let out a weary sigh and lifted her, taking her to his bedroom. His lecture would have to wait until tomorrow. After removing her dress and shoes, he covered her and left the room. Sitting in the living room, nursing a glass of scotch, his mind wandered. Tonight reminded him too much of the past. It was too similar to the beginning of the downfall of his marriage. He had tracked his wife, Sylvia, to a nightclub, to discover that she had gone with another man. That was when he found out that she had been unfaithful for a while. She had ranted and raved about how he had driven her into the arms of other men. He was too old-fashioned. He worked too much. He didn't go clubbing or attend parties with her, she had said. Was history repeating itself? Was Kyra already bored with him? Being 13 years younger than him, she probably wanted a lifestyle that he couldn't give her. For the first time in a long while, he felt insecure. Chapter 10. Her mouth felt like it was stuffed with cotton and her head felt like it was on the verge of exploding. She had to put extra effort into sitting upright. When she finally got herself up, she groaned. Big mistake. The room began to spin and she gripped the edge of the bed, a bed that felt different, yet familiar. Waiting for the dizziness to subside, Kyra's eyes danced around slowly. Her brows furrowed. What was she doing in Ricardo's bedroom? Was she dreaming? She had dreamt a bunch of strange things, after all. She dreamed of a crowded room where bodies slammed into her and where she felt trapped, groping hands that held her hostage and enraged Ricardo. Kyra forced her mind to settle. Nothing made sense at the moment. She swung her legs off the bed only to discover that she was clad only in her underwear. Confusion set in again. She shut her eyes, trying to remember exactly what had taken place last night. She shouldn't be in Ricardo's bed, half naked. He was all the way in Miami, dealing with business.
Okay. I went out last night. I remember that much. Allegra. Drinking. Apparently way too much. What else? What else?
She lifted a hand to her pounding head. She remembered feeling very ill, and it had been the worst she'd ever felt since she began experimenting with alcohol and collage. Something didn't add up. She had been keeping track of how much she drank. At the most, she should have been a bit more than tipsy, but still coherent. Memories started to flood her aching brain. She had started to feel extremely bad after returning from the bathroom and having the drink Allegra had ordered before hitting the dance floor. Allegra had kept returning to the bar to get her drinks, insisting that she wanted Kyra to loosen up and have fun. Kyra was a homebody, but she was no idiot. She had some street smarts. All of her symptoms didn't add up with just consuming alcohol. A chill ran down her spine. Had she been drugged? Drugged by her best friend? But why?
No. I couldn't have been.
She hadn't been drinking with anyone else. There had to be some other explanation. Maybe some pervert had set his eyes on her and had slipped something in her drink. She gasped. Was Allegra all right? The same thing might have happened to her. She swung around trying to find her purse with her cell. The movement causes a jolt of pain in her head and she moaned.
This will help.
Kyra yelped.
Ricardo.
He stood in the doorway, holding up a bottle of ibuprofen and a glass of water.
What are you doing here?
He cocked a brow.
This is my apartment.
Her cheeks heated.
I mean, you're supposed to be in Miami.
He stepped into the room, his face a cold mask. He shoved the pill bottle into her hand and put the glass of water on the nightstand. She got the impression that something was wrong. The warmth in his eyes when he looked at her was absent.
I came back earlier than planned. Didn't you get my message?
She swallowed the pill, took greedy gulps of water.
No. I don't remember.
She must have, because why would she have come to his place after the club? How had she even gotten there?
I don't remember much from last night.
She glanced at her dress draped over a chair and at Ricardo's bare chest. Oh, God. Had she slept with Ricardo and didn't remember? Even if she was drunk out of her mind, she was sure she would remember that. Sex with Ricard wasn't something she would forget, no matter what. So, she was definitely more than drunk last night.
Did we?
A humorless laugh bounced off the walls.
I didn't touch you, Kyra. I don't take advantage of incapacitated, drunk women.
He spat, making her wince. She lifted the sheet to cover herself, suddenly feeling uneasy.
Clearly, you're angry with me. Can you tell me what for?
Ricardo folded his arms and returned to his position by the door. The fact that he put distance between them left her with a pang of hurt.
Let's go down the list, shall we? 1. You didn't tell me you were going out last night. 2. I'm disappointed to discover that you're very irresponsible. You went clubbing and got blindingly drunk. Anything could have happened to you. 3. I found you dry humping some stranger who had his hands all over you. 4. I do not want my woman falling out of a club like a drunken hussy.
Kyra gawked at him. Her? Irresponsible? A drunken hussy? She was with another man? He saw her with another man? She was very near to hyperventilating. Why couldn't she remember all of that? She swallowed. She did remember. She just thought all the images in her head were simply one confusing dream. How could she make a fool of herself like that? Well, in her defense, she strongly suspected she had been drugged. Her heart stopped momentarily. Had she been taken advantage of by the man Ricardo supposedly caught her with? Her lower lips quivered as she fought back tears.
I'm not irresponsible,
she said lowly.
I was paying attention and then something happened. I think something was slipped into one or more than one of my drinks.
She scooted off the bed and had to hold on to keep herself from falling on her face.
Where's Allegra? Is she all right?
Allegra seemed quite fine and sober when we left her last night.
He let out a breath.
I hope you're not alleging that you were drugged to make me less angry.
She couldn't hold the tears back no longer. She was confused, frustrated, in pain, and she was terrified. Terrified that she was going to lose Ricardo over one mistake, and terrified that she may have been taken advantage of last night.
Do you really think I would do something like that? You obviously don't know me very well. I need to go.
She had to find Allegra and find out what the hell went down last night.
I'm sorry you saw me with someone else. I wouldn't intentionally hurt you like that, Ricardo. I swear. Not after the way your wife.
Maybe mentioning his wife wasn't the best thing to do, considering he was upset.
I'm sorry.
She stumbled to the bathroom. Thankfully, the toothbrush she used the last time she spent the night at his place was still there. She looked around. Everything she had left was still there. That comforted her a bit, but only for a moment. Dread pushed its way back to the front of her mind. She glanced in the mirror and gasped.
Holy shit.
She looked like she had been through the ringer. Her eyeliner and mascara were smeared, giving her unattractive raccoon eyes, her lips were dry and chipped, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like something out of a horror movie. With a sigh, she brushed her teeth, relieved to get the taste of vomit out of her mouth. After scrubbing her face clean, she stepped into the shower to wash last night away. As she stood under the warm spray of water, she let out a sob. Her mind raced with flashes of returning memories and the possibility that her best friend had betrayed her. Don't jump to any conclusions just yet. Still, she cried harder. Turning the water off, she dried herself and perched on the edge of the jacuzzi tub. Her shoulders drooped at the thought of going out to face Ricardo. She couldn't face his anger and the disappointment in his eyes.
How are you feeling?
She jumped, her eyes swinging to the door to land on Ricardo.
A bit better. But you have got to stop sneaking up on me like that.
He stepped into the bathroom.
I apologize. I don't like seeing you in tears.
She grunted.
Even after last night? Even though you hate me right now?
I don't hate you, Kyra. I don't think that's possible.
You could have fooled me.
She rose with a sigh.
I'll get dressed and get out of your hair.
You're not going anywhere.
Her brows rose.
So we didn't just break up?
He crouched in front of her and wiped away a tear that had slipped down her cheek. He chuckled.
I would hope not. I may have overreacted.
She shrugged.
You have every right to be upset. I remember more details from last night. You saw me dancing with some guy.
She hung her head.
I'm sorry.
Actually, I saw him groping you inappropriately and you trying to get away.
Her hope lifted for the first time that morning.
Nothing else happened?
He shook his head.
I arrived just in time to stop the bastard and I got you out of the club and brought you back here.
She let out a relieved breath.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
Now she just needed to find out who the hell spiked her drink.
My jealousy and insecurity got the better of me, Kyra. I could have handled things better.
You? Insecure? About what?
He exuded the most confidence and power that she had ever seen on a man.
Seeing you in that club last night with another man reminded me of when I discovered that my wife had been unfaithful and that my marriage was over. I tried to make things work, but it only got worse because she wanted a certain lifestyle that I refused to put up with. Seeing you in that state last night made me worried that you might slip away the same way she did.
Her heart went out to him.
Oh, Ricardo. You don't have to worry about that. Not with me. I'm not the woman you saw last night. I swear. I don't party and fall out of clubs drunk. I went out with Allegra so we could talk. That's all. I think someone slipped something into my drink and now everything is a blur.
She didn't even mention that it may have been Allegra. She had to find out for sure first. Ricardo's eyes darkened.
Then we need to go to the police.
No. I need to see Allegra and get more details first.
Kyra, if you were drugged.
Let me speak with Allegra first.
Although, now she felt like she needed to wait a while before doing that. She didn't think she could manage that conversation. He blew out a breath and nodded.
Fine.
She gave him a small smile.
So, welcome back to New York.
He chuckled.
Thank you.
I missed you.
He grinned.
You better have. Come, you need to eat something.
She grasped his hand when he got up.
I think I should welcome you home properly.
She stood up and cupped his face. There was instant desire in his eyes and she smiled with satisfaction as she pulled him closer.
Oh no, it's about to get hot.
But we can't put this on YouTube as they don't allow it.
I'm sorry.
But check the description of this video to join the Romance Audiobook Insiders for free and get details on how you can get the steamy scenes in future.
Okay, back to the story.
No.
Surprisingly, it didn't bother her. They hadn't been together for long, yet she wouldn't mind carrying his child. Her breath caught in her throat. She was in love with him. Should she trust that feeling? It was much too soon. He spun her around to sit her back on the counter.
I know that look. What are you thinking?
Nothing important. Just that perhaps I can start taking birth control pills. And I can do with the breakfast you offered.
On cue, her stomach growled. He chuckled.
Let's go.
Do you have to watch me eat?
I love watching you eat. I love watching you, period.
Ricardo laced his hands behind his head and leaned back, his eyes never leaving her. Kyra's cheeks warmed. He was so damn intense. Every look he gave her was capable of melting her into a horny puddle.
Well, if you insist on witnessing me pig out, who am I to stop you?
One side of his mouth curled into a sexy grin and she nearly swooned. Damn, I've got it bad, she thought, taking a big bit of her toast.
You look better in my shirt than I do,
he said, giving her a heated look from head to toe.
I do, don't I?
She said with a giggle.
So, how was your trip?
He sat up in his chair.
It was successful.
Awesome.
It was funny how she went from timid to sitting in a man's kitchen wearing nothing but his shirt and having a casual chat. But it wasn't any man. It was Ricardo, who made her feel comfortable.
I didn't really go to Miami on business.
Her fork, filled with scrambled eggs, stopped on its way to her mouth.
Oh.
Well, it didn't have anything to do with my business. I got wind of a hematology oncologist. She's rumored to be the best on this side of the country. I went to Miami to consult with her. I wanted to surprise you.
Kyra put the fork down and stared at him in askance.
I've heard you mentioned a little girl, Chelsea Griggs, several times. I hear the love in your voice when you speak about her. It would mean a lot to you if she got the help she needs. I doubt she's been getting the proper help.
Kyra swallowed the lump in her throat and shook her head.
She hasn't. Her mother can barely afford treatment. I did manage to get them assistance with the bills, but that's not enough.
I'll pay the cost for consultation, as well as any treatment issued by the specialist for Chelsea.
She gaped at him for a few seconds before bursting onto tears. Ricardo looked on with confusion and horror.
For Christ's sake, Kyra, I didn't tell you all of that to make you cry.
She grabbed a napkin and dabbed her eyes.
I know. I'm just happy and grateful. Oh, Ricardo, I thank you.
He let out a relieved breath.
I can see how much the girl means to you, Kyra.
His head tilted as he studied her closely.
There's a deeper story as to why you're so passionate about helping her. Isn't there? I'm a perceptive man. I pay attention, especially when it comes to people I care about.
Her gaze landed on the granite counter and stayed there.
My older sister died of leukemia. It was just my mother, sister, and me. We didn't have much. My mother couldn't afford my sister's treatment. She could barely make ends meet as it was. Carla, that was my sister's name.
Kyra smiled.
She was the sweetest and most gentle person in the world. She took care of me when our mother drank too much and checked out for days at a time. She died when she was 15. I was 10. After that, my mother checked out on me permanently. I guess she couldn't handle Carla's death. She just left and never came back. I had no idea who my father was. I had no other family. I ended up being bounced around in the system until I was 18. That's why I became so shy and closed off. The more invisible I made myself, the safer I was. I didn't speak or make myself seen most of the time, especially when I ended up with foster parents who didn't like kids much. It was awful. I still don't know what became of my mother. I haven't bothered to look for her. I figure since she didn't care much about me as a child to stay and be a parent, she wouldn't be thrilled to see me as an adult.
She shrugged.
I wouldn't be all that thrilled to see her either. I suppose I blame her for Carla's death too. She could have done more, fought more to help her child regardless of financial difficulty. I blame her as much as I blame myself. I've carried guilt over Carla's death, thinking that I should have done more to help her, as well.
What could you possibly have done, Kyra? You were just a child.
Wiping her eyes again, she murmured.
I don't know. Maybe I could have asked someone for help even though I was just a child. Maybe a teacher or anyone. There's no telling if someone would have offered help or gotten us government assistance. I could have done something. That's why I became a social worker. That's why I fight so hard for other families. I guess I'm looking for redemption. I try to save families because I couldn't save my own.
She released a long breath, feeling like the burden had been lifted off her chest. She'd never shared her story with anyone. Hands rested on her shoulder and she looked up, surprised that Ricardo had moved. He pulled her to her feet and sat down, pulling her onto his lap.
You can't feel guilty about what you had no control over.
He planted a kiss on her cheek.
And I know you feel guilty about something else that isn't your fault.
What's that?
The people who are losing their homes because of my project.
She stiffened against him.
I haven't really thought about that.
Liar.
She huffed.
Okay. It's been eating away at me. But there's nothing I can do. You made it clear that the project would continue. Honestly, I've been trying to keep that part of things separate from us.
I appreciate that, Kyra, but things have changed. I'm no longer renovating that building to resell. I'm renovating to give those who already live there a better quality of life. They will be relocated temporarily. I'll take care of that expense, of course. And they will return to their home after renovations to no changes in rent. I wish to take on more projects like that. Hearing your story, I'm also inspired to start some kind of charity for children suffering from cancer and other illnesses. But we can focus on the development project for now. I might as well use my billions for good, right? I can think of no better partner to take on these missions with than you. Will you help me, Kyra?
Kyra couldn't believe what she was hearing.
What about your brothers? Didn't you go into the development project because of them? This is far from what they had planned.
They're not thrilled with the changes. I'm sure I'll get no help from them, so I need your help.
Yes. Of course. It all sounds so wonderful. I would love to be a part of something that helps people in such major ways. I'm in.
In that moment, she fell deeper in love with Ricardo than she suspected she already was. She flung her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly.
You're an amazing man.
It almost slipped. She almost said she loved him, but held back again.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.
Chapter 11. Kyra twirled her glass and glanced at the clock over the door of the cafe for what seemed like the millionth time. She blew out a breath. She shouldn't have come. It was a bad idea to begin with. Maybe Ricardo was right. If she had gone 3 months without confronting Allegra, why the hell do it now?
Because I need closure.
She whispered. She had been busy working with Ricardo and had decided to put the incident aside. She wasn't working in the office and seeing Allegra every day, so it was easy to shove the incident aside. But every now and then it crossed her mind. After today, it would be over. She probably wouldn't be able to erase it completely from her mind, but she would get over it. Just as she was about to look at the clock again, the bell over the door rang, indicating an arrival. Kyra sucked in a breath as Allegra walked in. She stopped and glanced around the cafe, her eyes landed on Kyra. Her green orbs hardened, showing a flash of resentment. Kyra's heart plummeted. Already she could tell that the meeting wasn't going to go well. What had she done to receive such hostility from someone she once considered to be her closest friend? Maybe she was just imagining things. She lifted a hand to wave and Allegra marched over. She took off her coat and pulled out the chair in front of Kyra and sat down.
Well, well, well. Look at you.
She gave Kyra a once-over.
You look expensive.
Kyra tugged uncomfortably at the collar of her dress. It was designer. Hell if she knew which. She didn't care. Ricardo loved showering her with gifts. Sometimes he threw in an outfit or two to go with the jewelry he bought, not to mention the provocative undergarments he purchased for her, which she knew was totally selfish on his part. He took pleasure in watching her walk around in them in his apartment. Clearing her throat, she said,
Hello, Allegra.
You remember my name. Surprising, considering you've gotten rich and switched.
What are you talking about?
Well, you upped and quit your job. I guess you don't need to work now since you're a rich man's mistress.
For your information, Allegra, I haven't quit my job. I've taken a few months' leave to oversee other work I've taken on. I'll be back at work shortly.
What other work is that? Jet setting with a billionaire? Tell me, how many times a day do you have to get on your knees to get such fine apparel and jewelry?
Kyra gritted her teeth, annoyance and anger roiling like a black cauldron inside of her.
Enough, Allegra. I didn't ask you here to discuss my personal life. You don't deserve to know anything about what I've been doing or who I've been doing. You got that?
Allegra sat back, shocked by Kyra's vehemence.
That's right, Allegra. Guess who have bust out of her shell? Now, do you think you can stop being a bitch for 2 minutes so we can have an adult conversation? Tell me if you can manage that or get up and go.
Allegra's mouth opened and closed several times and Kyra fought back a triumphant smile. Her subconscious self did a victory dance and fist-pumped the air. You go, girl! No more would she hide behind a mask of reticence and allow people to walk over her. She wasn't a scared kid hiding from bullies and mean adults anymore. Kyra took a sip of her water.
I'll take that as a yes. So, can I get you anything to drink?
Folding her arms and pouting like a petulant child, Allegra said.
No thank you.
What's the matter, Allegra? Afraid I'll drug you?
Immediately, guilt flashed across her face, which she quickly tried to hide.
Excuse me?
Kyra sighed, sadness and disappointment washing over her.
There's no need to play innocent. I suspected you, but you just gave me confirmation. You drugged me that night 3 months ago.
Allegra rolled her eyes.
I did. Okay. You got me.
Why? I thought we were friends. You said I was your best friend.
You were, Kyra. I liked you. I really did. But then Ricardo came along and showed interest in you and not me. He was supposed to want me. You became a threat, Kyra. When it comes to getting what I want, nothing and no one stands in my way. I wanted Ricardo. I was plotting on how to nab his interest. I had no idea you were fucking him behind my back. I found out when you left your phone at the bar that night at the club. He called you and I answered. He said something about being back in New York early. I told him to come to the club. I figured if he saw you behaving like a tramp, he'd forget about you. So I had the bartender slip a little something into your drink. He and I are great friends. I told him I wanted you to loosen up. Then I gave the man that approached you to dance a few bucks to keep you busy until Ricardo arrived.
Kyra was outraged.
Do you even know what the bartender gave me? I could have died.
Well, you didn't. Anyway, Ricardo showed up, saw you with another man, and still stepped in to rescue you like a freaking white knight. He left me hanging to take you home. So, you won.
She wasn't inclined to violence, but she had the urge to give Allegra a proper slap across the face.
Oh, my God. You really are a bitch. I knew you were insane, but I found it amusing. You were my crazy friend. But now I know that you're truly psychotic. Manipulative. Evil.
Oh, don't be so melodramatic.
She snorted.
I can't believe he chose you over me. Over his own kind.
Kyra's mouth fell open.
Are you making this about race?
Well, of course, honey. He's Italian, and so am I. Italians marry Italians. There are plenty of black guys for you to run around with. Yet, he chose you. It's okay, I'm sure he'll come to his senses soon enough. Who knows, maybe he's just playing around with you, experimenting with something different. When he tires of you, I'll still be around. I think he's worth waiting for.
Kyra's mouth fell open. She wasn't expecting that from Allegra.
Well, tough luck, honey. That Italian is mine. Now that I know the truth about what an awful person you are, I can move on with my life. You may go now. I guess I'll have the displeasure of seeing you again when I return to work.
Allegra's face transformed into a mask of incredulity.
You're dismissing me?
Studying her nails, Kyra said nonchalantly.
If you want to take it that way.
Hell, I think I like you more than I did before. Pity you and I are done. But careful, Kyra, no one outshines me in the bitch department.
She grabbed her coat and purse and stood up.
See you at work, Fisher.
Kyra watched her saunter out of the cafe with somewhat of a broken heart. There went her only friend. Well, her only female best friend. She counted Ricardo as her best friend now. She blinked rapidly.
I will not cry. I will not cry.
She had grown a backbone over the months, but she was allowed to have soft girl moment every now and then. Right? Kyra had hoped that when she met up with Allegra, she would deny having spiked her drink and all would be forgiven. Then, they would have a nice lunch and chat and giggle like old times. Clearly, Allegra never gave a shit about her. Pulling up in front of the house where Ricardo had temporarily rehoused the Griggs, she stepped out of the Lexus he had insisted on buying her. It had taken him nearly 2 months of cajoling for her to accept the gift. He claimed to get a new gray hair every time she got into her old car.
Mio Dio. It looks like it will fall apart at any minute.
She chuckled, remembering his statement and the look on his face when she had shown up at his apartment with it months ago. She'd called him a drama king and an argument over him buying her car had ensued.
Kyra.
Chelsea, dressed in sweats and a coat to ward off the winter chill, waved happily. Kyra's mood instantly brightened.
Hey.
She ran up the porch and opened her arms as Chelsea hurled herself into her arms.
How are you?
I'm great.
What are you up to this fine Saturday afternoon?
I was just relaxing and reading. Hey, Mom. Kira is here.
Deborah's head appeared around the door.
Kyra. What a pleasant surprise.
Hi, Deborah. Sorry to drop by without notice. I just
felt depressed and wanted a little sunshine. Seeing Chelsea look so healthy and happy was her sunshine.
I wanted to make sure you two were okay and getting on in the house and everything.
Deborah gave her a quick hug.
You can stop by any time. You're all Chelsea talks about. And we're doing great. This place is lovely. We love it here.
Chelsea piped in.
When you and your really hot boyfriend are finished renovation our building, I'm going to miss this place.
Deborah gasped.
Chelsea. What? Mr. Bianchi is hot.
Kyra pursed her lips. That he is, Chels, that he is.
It's okay, Deborah.
See, Mom? Kyra is totally cool with me acknowledging her boyfriend's hotness. Hey, do you think I can see him soon, Kyra? I really want to thank him again for hooking me up with that doctor lady. Chelsea, please rephrase.
Deborah said sternly. Chelsea rolled her eyes.
I mean, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Bianchi for his help with finding me that specialist and taking care of the fees for my treatment. He's an awesome guy.
She gave her mom a was that better look, and Deborah nodded.
I'll tell him to stop by,
Kyra said, fighting back her laughter.
Great. I'm going to get my phone so I can show you some pictures from my school trip last week.
Awesome, go ahead.
When she disappeared inside, Deborah turned to Kyra.
She's so full of energy. She's driving me crazy and I love it. I can't thank you enough for all you've done, Kyra. You and Ricardo are angels. Chelsea's leukemia is in remission. Can you believe it?
Kyra beamed.
I'm so happy for you both, Deborah.
For the first time that day, she felt peace flood her. Knowing Chelsea was all right made her day better. After spending more time with Chelsea and listening to stories about her school trip, Kyra took her leave. Alone, her encounter with Allegra played in her mind, darkening her mood. She remembered Allegra's last words, telling her to be careful. She pushed the threat out of her mind, deciding not to worry about the angry words of a bitter woman. A little while later, she pulled into the underground parking lot of Ricardo's building. She hoped he was home because she could use a little comfort. She hadn't bothered to call him, knowing he would have a busy day. With a weary sigh, she stepped off the elevator into the private hallway leading to Ricardo's penthouse. She slipped off her shoes at the door and let out a relieved hum. Then took off her coat.
Ugh. Thank God.
Her feet practically screamed their gratitude. A deep chuckle caught her attention and she spun around with a smile.
I don't know why you women do that to yourselves.
Ricardo eyed her ridiculously high heels with a raised brow.
You're home.
She stepped into his arms with a broad grin. Seeing him was always the highlight of her day. Nowadays, they worked in the same office, but she didn't see him much, since she was usually on the road working as his communications officer. She relayed with families in the same way she did as a social worker, except working with Ricardo was less stressful and the workload much smaller.
I left the office a bit earlier today. How did it go?
Of course, he was referring to her meeting with Allegra. When her face fell and her shoulders drooped, he sighed.
I figured it wouldn't go well.
He said sympathetically.
Which is why I made sure I had everything prepared.
She frowned.
Everything like what?
He took her hand and led her to the balcony. The small table was set with 2 wine glasses, small plates and a box with chocolate cake. He draped a blanket around her shoulders.
I know that when my lady is upset, she needs wine and chocolate cake.
Kyra eyed the cake hungrily and sat on one of the lounge chairs.
You know, I think it's your fault why I've put on a few pounds.
His eyes drifted over her.
I'm not complaining.
There was a carnal gleam in his eyes, but he concealed it quickly. He moved around, serving her a chunk of cake and filling her wine glass. He sat behind her on the lounge and pulled her back against him. Kyra took a sip of wine and relaxed against his chest. She loved being close to him. She wanted to be close at all times.
Do you want to talk about what happened today?
Kyra took a bite of the sweet treat and sighed.
This is delicious.
She turned on his lap to face him.
Things didn't go as I had hoped with Allegra. She was hostile.
Anger flashed in his eyes.
But I handled her rather well. You would have been proud.
He gave her a small smile and leaned down to kiss her forehead.
Good.
She didn't deny drugging me 3 months ago.
Her eyes filled with tears when his brows lifted.
You don't seem surprised.
Ricardo sighed.
I could see from early on that she wasn't genuine, Kyra. I even wondered how you two were so close.
So, I was a blind fool. I was too naive.
Or maybe she had been so happy that she had a friend. There weren't many of those going around for her at the time. His hand caressed her cheek.
Why do you always do that? Blame yourself for things that are not your doing. I need you to stop. Do you hear me?
She nodded, her expression forlorn. Taking another bite of cake because it made her feel better, she fell silent for a while. Ricardo was quiet, allowing her time with her thoughts.
I was so disappointed and hurt. I really considered her my best friend. She was the only one that looked past my shyness and befriended me. She went out of her way to hurt me because she found out about us.
He stiffened behind her.
I'm sorry, Kyra. She made it clear that she was interested in me, but I didn't think she would stoop to such a level.
Kyra took a gulp of wine, reluctant to raise the next topic, but she had to know.
Ricardo?
See, Kyra?
Do you find her attractive? You know, do you think she's better than I am? Physically?
His brows furrowed.
Where is that coming from?
She tried to look away, but he grasped her chin, forcing her to look at him.
What did she say to you?
It's really not that important. I'm not worrying about it or anything.
Clearly you are. I know when you're lying, Bellissima.
Do you mean it when you call me beautiful, Ricardo?
Of course I do, woman. What the hell did that bitch say to you?
Kyra sighed.
Well, she expressed surprise that you would choose me over her because I am black. She implied that maybe you're just experimenting with me and you'll tire of me soon. Do you feel like you'll?
Ricardo spat out an expletive in his language.
Stop right there, Kyra. You listen me. I don't care about skin color. I never have and I never will. In fact, I think I fell in love with you before I even laid eyes on you. When you left that colorful voice message, I was intrigued by you, not knowing what you looked like. And when I saw you, I thought you were the most beautiful woman I've ever met.
Kyra's heart fluttered. Whoa. Pause and rewind. Did he just say?
You fell in love?
As if just realizing what he just admitted, he gave her a sheepish grin.
I've been holding back on that for your benefit. I didn't want to scare you off with the L word. But yes, my Nubian queen, I love you.
Her face split into a sunny smile.
Scare me off? Never. I love you too, Ricardo. I was afraid to tell you because I thought you would run for the hills.
He chuckled.
I suppose we were both very foolish. Never be afraid to tell me anything, my love. I won't hide anything from you either.
He planted a kiss on her mouth. When he tried to pull back, she cupped his face and kissed him with ardor. When she released him, they were both panting. He smiled.
Now that we have confessed our undying love for one another, does this mean you'll agree to moving in with me? You spend most of your time here anyway.
She attempted to pull away with a groan, but he held her tighter.
We're not going to argue about this again, are we?
What is there to argue about? Just say yes.
He feathered kisses along her neck and shoulder.
Say yes.
No.
Fine. You don't like this place? We can get a house. Anywhere you like.
Ricardo, no. Not yet. We've only been together for 3 months. You should wait and make sure that's what you really want.
I'm a man of a particular age. It doesn't take me long to know what I want. Maybe it is you who isn't sure.
Kyra rested her palm on his chest, feeling guilty for the hint of hurt on his handsome face.
It's not that at all. I'm sure that I want you, that I'm in love with you. I just think it's too soon. Maybe if I had grown up differently, I wouldn't feel this way. I'm just so used to being
alone, independent. You're still afraid that I might leave, like your mother, your father, your sister.
She sighed.
Yes, everyone in my life has a tendency to disappear. Even the woman I considered my best friend is gone, in a way. There's a possibility that something might take you away from me too. What if you decide to leave New York and go back to Italy? You do have your other business there. Your entire life is there.
That wouldn't come between us, Kyra. Promise. We would find a way to make things work. Besides, I have every intention of making New York my home. Anywhere you are is my home.
She nibbled her lower lip, touched by his words, but she still couldn't do it.
Please, give me more time. Try to understand.
His disappointment was evident, but he nodded.
I do understand.
Thank you.
One of the many advantages of dating an older man was his maturity. Kyra was relieved that Ricardo was always so understanding.
Ask me again when we reach the 6 months mark?
He grinned.
You bet I will.
Your understanding makes me so hot for you right now.
She purred.
Is that so?
She giggled and nodded.
Let's go inside.
Hi there. Unfortunately, we've had to take this steamy scene out as it's against YouTube's terms of service.
If you don't want to miss out on love scenes in future stories, check the description and join the Romance Audiobook Insiders for free for more info.
Okay, back to the story.
Kyra's head rested on his shoulders and soon her eyelids drooped.
Keep your eyes open for me.
Ricardo whispered as he stood up with her in his arms.
I need to get you cleaned up.
Her hands wound around his neck.
How do you know I was falling asleep?
She asked drowsily.
Your breathing pattern changes when you are falling asleep. I don't have to see you to know you are falling asleep.
The fact that you know that is a tad creepy.
He strode to the bathroom, chuckling softly.
I pay attention to you, my love.
She smiled tiredly.
Okay, maybe it's not so creepy.
Chapter 12.
Have you found the person responsible yet?
Ricardo glanced at Kyra as she stepped into his office. It didn't matter that he was on the phone with a police officer, discussing a serious matter. His cock still twitched in his pants at the sight of her. He stifled a groan when she bent over to search for something in the bottom drawer of his desk. What he would give to be at home, buried inside of her, instead of working. He was insatiable when it came to her. She gave him a small smile when she stood up, holding a file. He smiled back.
No, Mr. Bianchi, but we're still working on finding the culprit. I think you should be cautious, hire more security for the site, your office as well as for yourself. We don't know what this person is capable of. They seem angry.
Thank you, officer.
He hung up the phone with clenched jaws. There might be a threat to his and Kyra's operation, a threat to them. He wasn't concerned about himself, but for her. She was the one on the road interacting with families, speaking for him.
Anything?
She asked. He wiped a hand over his face.
No one has been arrested yet. He perched on his desk, pulling her between his legs. From now on, when you need to go out, Let Anthony drive you. If you don't need to go out, don't.
She nodded.
Okay.
Her brows puckered.
Are things really that bad?
He shrugged. A week ago, an area of the building they were working on was vandalized, along with heavy construction equipment. There were threats written all over the walls, telling them to get out of the neighborhood. The police figured it was just idling teenagers.
Probably not. But I'm not taking any risks where you're concerned.
Her shoulders drooped.
I don't understand. Why would someone do something like that? We're trying to help.
He planted a quick kiss on her lips.
Don't worry about it. Things are still in progress and we'll have the building's grand opening in 2 weeks.
That brought a smile to her face, and it was like the sun had risen again that day. He studied her closely as she chatted excitedly about her plans for the opening and who she had already invited. She was beautiful, good, passionate. He loved her so much he felt like his heart would explode sometimes. Before meeting her, he'd been a shell and she brought him back to life. He wanted to start a life and a family with her. They've been going strong for 6 months now, but he had known that he wanted all those things with her from earlier on. He was supposed to ask her to move in with him again, but he decided that he wanted to take things further. He would surprise her when they celebrated the completion of their first project together. She rested her palms on his shoulders.
I already invited Steve. You know he's been asking when I'm going back to work. I took a longer sabbatical than I planned. I wanted to focus fully on what we were doing, but now that we're wrapping up.
What about the other projects that we're going to undergo after this one? I have many more planned. There are many people to be helped.
Her eyes widened.
I assumed you were going to hire someone. I thought you just wanted me for this first one.
No one can replace you, my love. The way you interact with people, the trust they have in you, it's magic. I want you by my side.
She smirked.
Of course you do. With me here, you get hot office sex along with a communications officer.
His eyes darkened.
That definitely is an added bonus with having you as a partner.
Ricardo had a flash of the various ways he'd fucked her in the office. He wanted to bend her over his desk now. He was about to give in to the temptation when there was a knock on the door. He kissed Kyra's forehead.
Think about what you want to do, Kyra. I support you regardless. Come.
Marissa stuck her head in.
Mr. Bianchi, your 1 o'clock is here. The conference room is ready.
Thank you, Marissa.
It was amazing how much Marissa had improved. Now, he couldn't function without her. She was now the most efficient secretary he could ever ask for. She turned to Kyra and lit up.
Kyra, when did you get here?
Ricardo was quickly forgotten as the two began to chat. He caught pieces of their conversation as he gathered everything he needed for his meeting. The two had become fast friends and Marissa no longer looked at him with longing. He suspected she liked and respected Kyra too much. Who wouldn't? Kyra was a ray light.
Have you seen the office space being set up for the communications officer? Please, tell me you're staying.
Kyra chuckled.
Did you and Ricardo plan to gang up on me today?
Of course not.
Marissa sent him a wink and he smiled. They had indeed plotted to convince Kyra to stay.
I'm thinking about it, Marissa. I do still love my career.
But you're pretty much doing the same social work here,
Marissa stated. Ricardo grinned as he went through the door.
Try harder, Marissa. I think we're wearing her down.
He whispered.
You got it, sir.
Kyra plopped down in Ricardo's chair after Marissa went back to work. She was still conflicted about continuing working with Ricardo or going back to work for social services.
Maybe I can juggle both.
Just like Ricardo juggled his shipping business with his new property development gig, she could do the same. She rested her chin on her hand, going into deep consideration. She started when the door burst open. Was Ricardo's meeting finished already? It wasn't Ricardo who walked through the door. It was his brothers. Her heart dropped. They didn't like her much. A harried Marissa followed them.
I'm sorry, Kyra. I told them Ricardo wasn't in here, but they busted in anyway.
She sent them a withering glare.
It's okay, Marissa. I'll keep them company until Ricardo returns.
Marissa hesitated but nodded.
Okay, call me if you need me.
Kyra nodded, already feeling uneasy. The twins always made her uncomfortable, well, one in particular. If looks could kill, she would be dead many times over. Mario wasn't so bad, but Alfio, he gave her the most sinister stares.
How are you, guys?
Fine. How are you?
Mario asked. Alfio elbowed him.
What? The lady asked the question.
Where's our brother?
Alfio inquired.
Didn't Marissa already tell you?
She usually isn't too forthcoming with information about her boss.
Kyra sighed, standing up and walking to the window to put distance between herself and the twins.
He's in a meeting. If you guys want to wait, that's fine. Can I get you anything?
Alfio cocked a brow.
Girlfriend and secretary. Our brother knows how to pick him, huh, Mario?
Mario rolled his eyes.
Let's just go. We can talk to Ricardo another time.
Yes. Please go.
Kyra begged silently.
There's nothing wrong if we have a chat with our brother's lady. By the way things are going, we might be family one day. Right, Kyra?
He took a step toward her and she felt the need to retreat.
I mean, it looks like our brother is in love. You must be really good in the sack to get him to completely change his mind about what we originally had planned for our property development venture.
His eyes roved over her in a way that made her feel violated.
The power of the pussy is incredible.
Kyra gasped at his audacity.
Alfio.
Mario called in warning. Alfio ignored his brother, advancing toward her. She scurried backward until her back hit the floor-to-ceiling window.
It's because of you why our business went down the drain. Now Ricardo is putting his time and money into helping the poor. He was supposed to help us get rich. But you came along and just like that it was over. It's all your fault.
Kyra shook her head.
I didn't push your brother to do anything. He decided on his own to do things differently. He remembers that he too grew up poor and wants to help others. He's doing all of this because he's a good man, not to please me. Maybe you too should take a page out of his book.
Rage twisted Alfio's face that even Mario appeared surprised and worried. He snarled.
Next time, his building won't be the only property of his that we violate.
His eyes held a malicious gleam that made Kyra shrink back. She gulped.
Why would you do something like that to your brother?
He ruined our plans.
But he told you that the both of you could still be a part of things.
She glanced Mario's way and he hung his head, wearing a guilty expression.
Why the hell would we want to be a part of something that isn't going to make us rich? Renovating and renting for the same price or lower. What kind of shit is that?
It isn't always about money.
Easy for you to say. You're spreading your nice little legs for him so he'll share his billions with you.
Kyra's mouth fell open.
Why, you disgusting prick. Don't you?
His hands wrapped around her neck and she gasped. Mario moved toward them.
Alfio. Don't.
The door flew open so hard it slammed against the wall and in an instant, Alfio's hand had been removed from her. Her eyes widened seeing Ricardo's fist raised to strike his brother. Before she could stop him, his fist connected with Alfio's jaw.
How dare you touch her?
He roared, ready to strike again.
Ricardo, stop.
She yelled just as Mario pulled him away from his twin. Ricardo snarled and turned on Mario. Marissa let out a shriek and Kyra moved quickly, grasping his arm.
Ricardo, please.
He paused and dropped his fist, turning to her.
Are you all right, Kyra?
His eyes searched her from head to toe.
I'm fine.
She was shocked and shaken but relieved Ricardo had come in. Mario moved to hold onto Alfio, who was glaring at both Kyra and Ricardo as if he wanted to charge. Instinctively, Kyra stepped closer to Ricardo and he placed himself in front of her. He radiated menace, looking more dangerous than Alfio. Kyra prayed that a brawl didn't ensue.
Well, it's good to know that the police can finally make an arrest for the vandalism of my property.
Alfio snorted.
You'll have to prove it.
Not a problem.
Ricardo replied with a smirk.
Marissa, is the recording ready for when the police gets here?
Marissa too wore a smirk.
It sure is, sir.
An hour later, Alfio had been taken away in cuffs with Mario trudging behind him. Kyra sank onto the leather couch in Ricardo's office. She dropped her head in her hands and sighed. Ricardo crouched in front of her.
It's over now.
He cupped her face, lifting her head so she could look at him.
Stop worrying. What you and Marissa did was brilliant. At least we know who was behind the vandalism.
Kyra nibbled her bottom lip. When the twins had arrived, she'd had a bad feeling, what with Alfio giving her the death stare. So when Marissa had told her to call if she needed her, they had shared a knowing look. Shortly after, Kyra had turned on Ricardo's office phone, allowing Marissa to hear everything that was going on. Luckily, Marissa had thought to record the entire confrontation while going to get Ricardo. Kyra smiled sadly.
When I pressed that button, I wasn't expecting to catch a confession. I just felt uneasy. They're your brothers, Ricardo. Do you think it was a good idea to press charges? Mario did apologize.
His expression hardened.
Mario went right along with Alfio when he was committing a crime. For years I have wanted those two to grow up and they haven't. Perhaps a little jail time will teach them a proper lesson.
Kyra felt terrible. Mario had confessed to them, plotting to get back into Ricardo's good graces, offered to take over from Kyra as communication officers and drive Ricardo's project into the ground. They would then return the property development business back to its original premise. Kyra wondered how they were so foolish as to think they could take down their brother, an experienced cutthroat businessman. They had blamed her for everything, and that was why she felt like shit.
I'm sorry, Ricardo. If it wasn't for me.
He placed a finger over her lips.
What did I tell you about blaming yourself for things? This is all on Mario and Alfio. They are money-hungry and manipulative.
But they're your only family.
And they deserve a little tough love. Maybe one day if they decide to change, we'll see if they can be forgiven. For now, I still have you, don't I?
She smiled.
You have me.
You're all I need.
Warmth flooded her and she felt that everything would be okay. No, she knew everything would be okay. His love for her was always evident. He never tried to hid it from her or others. She was the luckiest girl in the world. Epilogue. Kyra couldn't stop smiling as people stopped by to congratulate them on a successful project. The neighborhood where the new and improved apartment building stood had been blocked off for the grand opening of the building. It was like a parade, a huge block party as residents from neighboring buildings as well as the ones moving back into the renovated building celebrated. The new building was a beacon of hope that the neighborhood could be improved and less fortunate individuals all over the city could have better living conditions. Kyra was attached to Ricardo's side all night as he was attached to hers. She felt overwhelmed in the best way with the gratitude expressed by the building's residents.
Kyra, this is amazing. It looks like the entire neighborhood is here.
Kyra turned to Chelsea, who was shoving a hot dog into her mouth. Kyra chuckled.
Thanks, Chels, and take it easy on the food. Don't make yourself sick.
I just have to try everything. It was rough being on chemo and not having any appetite. I appreciate food so much now.
Kyra smiled and gave her a kiss on the forehead.
I totally get it. Eat away.
Chelsea grinned.
Hey, Ricardo.
Chelsea, I'm glad you could make it.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
She and Ricardo shared a conspiratorial look and Kyra eyed them suspiciously. When Chelsea skipped away, she asked,
What was that about?
Ricardo pulled her close.
What was what about?
You two shared a look.
I don't know what you're talking about. Have I told you how much I love seeing you in red?
He leaned closer.
I hope you're not wearing panties under that dress. I'd like easy access on our way home.
She swatted his arm.
Behave yourself.
Even as she reprimanded him, excitement coursed through her. She wasn't wearing underwear because she knew he would want to get touchy-feely on their way home.
And no, I'm not wearing any.
She whispered. He sucked in a breath and his eyes became molten pools.
You little vixen.
He murmured.
Let's find somewhere private where I can punish you for teasing me.
A delightful shiver ran through her. She would love for him to carry out any punishment he wished.
I do so love it when you punish me.
She drawled.
But you're giving a speech in about a minute.
He sighed.
I'm going to make you scream my name over and over when I get you alone tonight.
He promised. Kyra had to clamp her thighs together. With a gulp, she forced herself not to look at him. If she did, the sexy grin he knew he wore would probably cause her to combust. Ricardo chuckled knowingly beside her. Wicked, wicked man. And how she loved him. He still laughed when he was called up to the makeshift podium. Before he began his speech, he sent her a lascivious look that she hoped no one else picked up on.
Oh, my God.
She moaned as moisture she had been trying to hold back pooled between her legs. Kyra scoffed and folded her arms when she realized that she wasn't the only one drooling over the man giving the speech. She heard a few longing sighs and witnessed a few women fanning themselves. Women of every age eyed him like a piece of steak. Were they even listening to what he was saying? Kyra rolled her eyes. It was official, Ricardo was dangerous to women everywhere. He should be banned. When he made his way back to her side after a thunderous applaud, he peered down at her.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
She answered quickly. She wasn't about to admit that she had turned into a green-eyed monster because women were looking at him. He tilted his head, not quite believing her, but didn't push.
So, our development project was a success.
He glanced around the crowded street.
I'm proud of you, Miss Fisher.
As I'm proud of you, Mr. Bianchi.
What's next? Another apartment building? Houses? Maybe a school? Marriage?
Maybe we could. Wait, what?
She could have sworn she just heard him say marriage. Her head whipped around to look at him in askance. She gasped, her hands flying to her chest. Ricardo was on one knee, looking up at her with adoration and wearing his usual grin.
Oh, my God.
She squealed. He opened a small velvet box, revealing a yellow gold ring, studded with tiny diamonds and a huge marquise-cut diamond in the center. She gawked while whistles and applause sounded around her.
Kyra Fisher, Bellissima. Will you make me the happiest man alive and marry me?
Say yes.
Random people shouted. She swallowed, recovering from her shock. She nodded enthusiastically before being able to get the words out.
Yes. I will. Oh, my God.
She breathed as he slipped the ring on her finger. A mixture of relief and satisfaction played across his features when he stood up and covered her mouth with his. For a second she forgot that they were standing in front of a crowd and got a bit too eager. Catching up on herself, she pulled back, wearing a sheepish grin. Ricardo chuckled, his eyes promising that they would continue later.
I can't believe this. I love you.
She gushed.
I love you too.
I told you she would say yes.
Chelsea ran to Ricardo and they high-fived.
So you did.
Kyra's eyes narrowed.
So that was what that look was about.
Chelsea helped me pick out the ring. She said it's almost as pretty as you are.
Chelsea beamed proudly.
Do you like it?
Kyra studied the ridiculously large rock on her finger.
I love it.
The teenager squealed.
This is so exciting. Can I help you plan your wedding, please?
Kyra nudged her chin with a finger.
You bet. You know you're my favorite girl.
Chelsea fist-pumped the air and ran off to boast to a few friends that she was now a wedding planner like Jennifer Lopez in The Wedding Planner. Ricardo laughed.
I hope you know that you've just created a monster.
It's okay. I love seeing her like that.
She turned to gaze at him, picturing a daughter of their own, with his charming smile and probably his mesmerizing eyes.
Are you happy?
Very happy.
And now you have no choice but to move in with me because you are my fiancé and we're supposed to live together. It's a rule.
Really? How come I've never heard of that rule?
It's new and widely practiced.
Kyra let out a laugh.
Right. Well, I've always been one to follow the rules. I can't break this one now, can I?
He brushed his lips over hers.
You can't.
It's settled then. I'll move in with you.
She let out a content sigh when he pulled her to him and captured her mouth. She was the happiest in that moment than she'd ever been, and it was all thanks to him. The end.
If you want more BWWM romances like this, please, my love, be sure to subscribe to the Romancely YouTube channel. I look forward to spending more time with you. Subscribe and let's make it happen.